left with that game boy. Said that him bad from him in the first grade. With blood, the whole earth him want pervade. Who him a try persuade, doesn't get the first blade. The full ball out the first aid. Lifeless in a bush, them find gene. What a crime scene. Flash drop before it reach 19. Them should not join the swine team. Make sure your heart and your mind clean. Burn out the badness. Show it away. Like a ball, throw it away. Whether you know it long time or know it today. Too much sadness. Show it away. My people look for the night. Some look it a day. The little that they got, these took it away. Me tell you, badness, some boy I pray. And can't afford months lawyer fee. Some say them they are head of the game. Death of the aim. Them kill sister and brother for fame. Life should make them vex and embarrass. Only when them in a trouble them embarrass. Love got stoop and bend for cash. Worry off you burn them for that. Many don't know where they're going or remember where they're coming from. Shoot they keep running from. Better to be at the beach with my family having fun in sand and chasing my brother with a gun in hand. No need to hang him or slit him throat. Stop sniffing coke. Life ain't no flipping joke. No care who under me. Tell the room no bother me. Legalize the herb and burn out the sodomy. Burn out the badness. Show it away. Like a ball, throw it away. Whether you know it long time or know it one day. Too much sadness. Show it away. My people look for the night. Some look at the day. The liquor that they got, these took it away. Burn out the badness. Show it away. Like a ball, throw it away. Whether you know it long time or know it one day. Burn nastiness and sadness. Show them away. Like a ball, throw it away. Whether you know it long time or know it one day. Too much sadness. Show it away.
Talking about the voice of the one, I Wayne. I think that one definitely touched the spot. Talking about too much badness, and of course, I mean, you could preach it and preach it and preach it. These things need structures and programs really to set our people right again, and that's just the reality. You know, right now here in Antigua, they're just tallying up from today's election. You know, those of you who are here in Antigua listening, well, you know exactly what's going on. I don't even have to brief you for sure, but a very quiet day. And today, quiet in comparison to the other days leading up to this wrong election that they put on every 5 years, 4 years, or whenever they decided to call it. But I mean, when the smoke is cleared, where will the children be? You know, these running up and down, looking for your vote politicians that come around every, again, 4 or 5 years, whatever the case is, and promises and handouts and so many things, even this time around. This is not no guess. Again, those listening here, right here in the nation, you know what I'm talking about. Just in the last few days, clips have come out, you know, with politicians telling other people they're going to give them money tomorrow for coming and joining the motorcade. I'm not making it up. I'm not just insinuating. This is facts. It's just that my program ain't dedicated to that because I could play the clip for you. Everybody has it, I'm sure, right now on their phone. But what I'm saying is, Brother Iwayne is speaking of too much badness. And this is something that's plaguing all of our communities. A lot of things you don't just hear me come and talk about it because I don't believe in too much talking. I mean, that may surprise you. But I don't believe in too much talking. Now, because we talk every night and we talk and talk, but talking, no. So we ain't going to come and just talk about how much badness and something happened and we come and talk and vent. We are definitely not venters. Come and vent. And boy, I don't know what we're going to do. We need to come together. I personally, man, I despise when we gather to reason and we have this narrative about, and I need to come together. We need to put away this and need to put just the same old narrative. Let's do it. Hey, in a few weeks, Strongs, we will be officially not launching, it's launched already, pressing the button go on the annual Priest Isaac's African History Month essay competition, where we provide prizes. Every year I do this. This is the 10th year I'm doing this, where we provide prizes for children between the ages of 7 to 17. And we encourage them every year to go and write an essay as it relates to their Afrocentricity and their African heritage and culture, so that they could win the prize. Now, this is not no mediocre, a little essay thing, and we just trying an essay and let the children come and write no essay business. You know? And this is no disrespect to anybody who be doing essay competition. This is a strategically thought out battle plan, consciously in attack mode to assist in the reversal of the backward way that they have brought us to think. So in other words, most of these children in our society, and I'm still talking about the song, Too Much Badness, most of these children in our society, they don't know who they are. When they look in the mirror, they don't even know it's a mirror. They think they're looking at a picture, a moving picture of somebody else. So we can't identify ourselves anymore because we have been cut away from ourselves. That's why Marcus Garvey clearly told us that people without knowledge of self is like a tree without a root. And I don't think we need to explain that in any more detail. Everybody know what happens when you cut a tree from its root. The tree done with it. You can just lay it down. In a few days, they're going to come back. All the leaves going to be brown, drop off, crinkling. You're walking on the ground, and that's the dry leaves. Because the tree is dead. The wood is good for nothing but to burn in the fire or something. The tree is dead. The root may be still in the ground, but the tree is dead. Because the roots is what takes the nutrients from the earth so the tree can live. So you as a people, you're cut away from who you really are. We are dead people. So this is why the African History Month essay competition has been actually created as a program, not no essay competition, you know. It's more than an essay competition. This is not just no essay competition. It's a mobilization program. Most people don't see it that way because they think it's an essay competition. Remember, our battle is not the same battle as most people's battle. Even people that would contribute to this, and I'm not speaking of you people here, no offense. But you know, we go to business people and we go to the, you know, this is the point I'm getting to. I've addressed or brought this to the attention of each government, each educational minister, director of education, even up to this year, even up to yesterday. You know, just in the same way that the politicians are handing out their manifesto and what they are planning to do, or what they're promising, not planning, what they're promising to do. I have been handing out my manifesto as it relates to the essay competition family. It's a point I'm trying to get home here. So I see myself as Menelik II. I see myself as Hannibal. I see myself as any general on the battlefield, strategically preparing formation so that my troops can prosper. So these children around here are my troops. And the educational system is killing them. The medical system and the health system is killing them. And the 4 basic food groups, all of that stuff is killing them. And because they have lack of knowledge of self and their parents don't know who they are neither, their grandparents don't know who they are, their great-grandparents had a little idea, but that has been beaten out of them too. So we are dealing with a dead people, people who have been cut away from their roots. That's what I'm saying. That's why we call the Rastaman locks roots, you know, roots, because we growing back our roots. We connecting back to ourselves. So I've been to the Ministry of Education for the last 15 years. writing letters, asking them to bring African history, not no essay competition, African history and heritage into the curriculum of the school. Nothing has happened yet. So 10 years ago, we decided that we're going to take it upon ourselves to create an extracurricular activity, which is the essay competition, something outside of the curriculum of the school, which is the essay competition. And the whole vibe, so this is a big project, you know, six-figure budget when done correctly. That's what I'm saying. Billboards and posters, thousands of children participating in this project, big prizes, trips overseas for the child that has the best essay on what African history and heritage means to them. It's more than an essay competition. It's a program designed to spark the Afrocentricity back in the minds of many who have gone dim, who have lost the flavor of themselves through generations, by the way. And then even if they were born with it, kindergarten and nursery school and Similac and Gerber did a good job. Oh, don't forget Ernie and Burton and all them fellas there did a good job in beating out the Afrocentricity out of us. Yeah. So when Brother Highway now is saying too much badness, we give thanks. But give thanks, nice song, brother. And we have programs and we just talk that same thing. I don't like to hear them talk. I love the song, but I just don't like the talk, especially those of us who are big conscious people, you know, having roundtable discussion, just talking about, yeah, man, the youths, them need to pull up the pants and so we waste of time. What are we doing about it? What are we doing? We talk too much. We talk too much. Straight up. And you know me, I believe that I'm in the position, I actually think I have the authority to say these things. Yeah, man. Yeah, we talk too much. Too much. Yeah, too much. Yeah. We're not even serious. Yeah. Hey, family, give thanks for your presence with us. Of course, this is the Tiger's Nest. This is more than just a radio program. This is a family, you know, roundtable discussion. And hey, speaking of roundtable discussion, I want everyone to look forward. Coming very soon, we're going to have a brand new program right here on radio. And in fact, we have several brand new programs. We're going to begin the program, The House of Priests. The House of Priests. And I'll give you the details very soon. But the House of Priests will be every Sunday at 7, pardon me, every Sunday at 7 p.m. I'll give you the details. That should be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 8 p.m. Eastern Caribbean Time. And that will be with the priests of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. And also, we are soon beginning the program, Rasta Roundtable, and I'll be giving you more detail as it relates to that. And that is, of course, a program designed for I and I Rastafari to come and reason upon things as it relates to Rastafari in general, 12 tribe, Biggie, Bubba, whatever you may be, and just a Rast. And we talk about, you know, scripture, theology, the movement, history, and all things related to such. So we're definitely looking forward to the launching of these two programs in very short time. How many of us have heard of the kingdom of Damat? Now, of course, you would have seen the video I would have done a few days ago. So maybe if you didn't know, you would have come across it by now. Now, one of the things that I've been highlighting, and I'm going to highlight it tonight too. You see this in this new age of information. You notice there's a lot of things that we have held on to that many ones who consider themselves scholars today are putting aside. So, of course, you would find this strong opposition even to maybe biblical narrative. People then are dealing with the Bible and they don't believe Bible people exist and all of that. And I brought this to the conversation here now, and even to return to what we were talking about last night, previous program, with when we highlighted history as it relates to Ethiopia and its Christianity. And then we highlighted biblical narrative, which is different than the history, but yet still the emperor of Ethiopia, when given the choice, went to the biblical history for his account of Ethiopia's Christianity. So what that is telling us is that we can't be just too quick to dismiss certain things that may come from a theological realm, as if because it's quote unquote belief and religion and theology, it cannot be found anywhere in the historical process of things. All right. Now, I purposely began that before I went into the whole aspect of the agency of the Ethiopian kingdoms. So when you speak of Ethiopia, you know Ethiopia and Kush, the ancient Kush of the Bible, the Kush of the Bible, and the Ethiopia of today. One of the arguments too, before we go into this in depth, one of the arguments too is that the Ethiopia of the Bible is not necessarily the Ethiopia of today. It's a sensible reasoning, family, and it's good. But this is why we have done programs showing you how Ethiopia itself has evolved over the years. The whole of Africa was once called Ethiopia. In fact, the whole of Africa was once called Al-Sudan, the land of the blacks. The whole of Northeast Africa was once called Ethiopia. You look at some old maps all down in South Africa, it's called Ethiopia. The Ethiopia of today was a bit smaller, but Menelik II got back lands that were taken from his people. So when we come to the table having these sort of discussions, we should at least know these things. At least it would assist in the discussion going much better. Now, when you say Ethiopia again, you would think of the Axumite Empire. The kingdom of Axum, as we know it, the city of Axum today is the city of Axum. But Axum, the Axumite Empire would have covered all of known Ethiopia, all into Arabia, Yemen, and Oden, and these places, Oman, and these places here in Saudi Arabia. So this is why some people would argue that the Queen of Sheba wasn't the Queen of Ethiopia, but the Queen of Arabia. Of course, because her kingdom would have covered thus far. Then, of course, the language, the Sabaean language, the language of Seba, which is the same Sheba. The Queen of Sheba is the Queen of Seba. And the language is the Sabaean language, a very old, ancient language. The script still exists up to now, but it's not a language that people speak today. It's up there with Gaze. Gaze is still spoken, of course, by many people, but as liturgy and in the church, amongst the monks, in the chanting and in the service. So it is alive. When they say Gaze a dead language, tell them, hush them out. Gaze is very much alive. There's not a moment when Gaze is not being spoken. Somewhere, sometime. Good. So when you visit Ethiopia now, you come to the palace of the Queen of Sheba, the ruins of the palace of the Queen of Sheba. Archaeologists and historians would debate that it is really the palace of the Queen of Sheba. Why? Because they're not too much really into the Queen of Sheba thing. Good. And I'm saying all of this, to come to some key points tonight. And I'm purposely getting on this level here after the previous programs we would have done yesterday and the day before. Let me read something here. We're going to go deep. I'm just going to read something here about the Axumite Empire. And this is taken from EthiopianDynasty.Weebly.com. And it says here, just give me a second. The Axumite Empire sometimes called the Kingdom of Axum, Africa, growing from the Proto-Axumite period, which is 4th century BC, listen to this, to achieve prominence by the 1st century AD. Good. It was a major player in the commerce between the Roman Empire and ancient India. The Axumite rulers facilitated trade by minting their own currency. The state established its hegemony over the declining kingdom of Kush and regularly entered the politics of the kingdoms on the Arabian Peninsula. Are you following me? And would eventually extend its rule over the region with the conquest of the Himmerite kingdom. Now listen to this. Under King Izana, Axum became the first major empire to convert to Christianity. Under King Izana, Axum became the first major empire to convert to Christianity and was named by Mani as one of the 4 great powers of his time, along with Persia, Rome, and China. None of them were Christian empires, not even Rome. And the point is now, even if although this is 300 plus years after the biblical narrative of Philip and the Ethiopian official, yet still, even 300 years after that, Ethiopia is still, according to this, the first major empire to convert to Christianity. And as I said, when the disciples were preaching the Christ order, no country was a Christian country. So if the biblical narrative is true and the Ethiopian eunuch took that back to Ethiopia, well, that was it. In the 7th century, the Muslims who originally converged in Mecca sought refuge from Quraysh persecution by traveling to Axum, which is known in Islamic history as the first Hijra. Its ancient capital is found in northern Ethiopia. And of course, we know that we've covered all of this, showing that the Ethiopian kingdom was really where Islam was born. No, Islam was born in Mecca. I know you're going to say all of that. We've gone through this. But anyway, even if it was born in Mecca as such, if you understand the history, the first Muslim, Islam was saved because of the king, the Nagash of Ethiopia. When you see the first set of Muslims came to Ethiopia for refuge, Islam was no big thing, Nobody was no Muslim, It's just a few set of people holding on to this thing from Prophet Muhammad. And they could have all been wiped out, and me and you would not know anything about Islam if the Ethiopian king didn't tell them it's all right. You can stay with us. We will feed you, we will clothe you, and when your enemies are dead, you can go back if you please. Some of them went back and some of them stayed. Because the Ethiopian king was considered to be very loving and caring. That's why they were sent there by the founders of Islam itself. Now again, where I want us to be a bit more scholarly, family, is being able to pinpoint history correctly. Axum is mentioned in the 1st century AD periplus of the Erythraean Sea as an important marketplace for ivory, which was exported throughout the ancient world, and states that the ruler of Axum in the 1st century was Zoskalis. This is the same Zahakala. He's called Zahakala or Zoskalis. He is considered the king of Axum. This is history. Remember, history is mystic. It has to do with sourcing and discoveries and in the periplus of the Erythraean Sea. The periplus of the Erythraean Sea, which is really, how should we put that now? Okay, it was written in by the Greek scholars of the time. This is the 1st century, and it would have been seen across, the known world, the Horn of Africa, the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Sea, India. All of these places would have been accustomed to the manuscript known as Periplus of the Erythraean Sea. Good. So in that manuscript, Axum is mentioned, and it's mentioned as an important marketplace for ivory. Now, this is the 1st century. In other words, let's just say this is around the time of Christ when this book is written. And Axum is mentioned as an important city for trade and export. And the king was Zahakala, also known as Zoskalis. He was the king of Axum at the time, and he would have ruled from the area known as Adolis. And those of you who study history, you know that Adolis, which is very near to modern-day Massawa in Eritrea, is considered one of the most prominent ancient seaports, talking about in ancient history. So I know when we speak of Axum, of course, we would speak of Menelik I and the Queen of Sheba, and I'm trying to put everything in chronological order for us. So King Izana is about 300 years AD. Zahakala or Zoskalis is 1st century. 1st century, that's like in the year 100 then, around them times. 1st century AD, the king of Axum, which is 200 to 300 years before Izana, is recorded in the periplus of the Erythraean Sea as Zoskalis. Are you following that fact? Good. It's like a history class here tonight, but don't worry. We need to do it like this time. Sometimes it's a lecture, sometimes it's a study, sometimes it's a class, sometimes it's a speech. You understand? So we should be even making our notes here. And he now, according to the same periplus, would have been ruling from Adolis, which is a prominent seaport in the ancient world. And you'll find that close to Massawa, which is a seaport today in Eritrea. And keep in mind that Eritrea is really Ethiopia. That is why when you go to Axum today, you're either going to Eritrea or you're going to Ethiopia, known Ethiopia, because both of them really are one place. It's the Italians that came and created Eritrea as such. So Axum, some of Axum is in Eritrea, and some of Axum is seen in modern day Ethiopia. Good. So you see, we're going further in the into the past. Now, DMT, not the psychoactive essence DMT, Damat, which is an ancient kingdom of Ethiopia, and it was a kingdom located in the same Eritrea and northern Ethiopia that existed, listen to this now, that existed during the 8th and 7th century BC. What? Damat or Demet, Damat different terms, Damat, Damat and Damat, but it's spelled capital D with the MT, the hyphen or the asterisk, you call it, MT. And it's the Damat or Damat dynasty. And it was a kingdom located in Eritrea and northern Ethiopia, which is basically the same thing, northern Ethiopia, that existed during the 8th century, 8th and 7th century BC. Now, we're talking about 800 to 900 years ago, according to this. And other studies tell you 1,000 years. So follow this. So there's a kingdom in Ethiopia, the Damat kingdom, that we know now factually is carrying us 1,000 years BC. Now remember, Menelik II and the Queen of Sheba, or Menelik I, pardon me, the Queen of Sheba visiting King Solomon and having the son Menelik I. This is between 900 to 1,000 BCE, according to what we know. So the very same time, the Ethiopian queen, who we would understand was from the north of Ethiopia, around Aksum, around Tigray, and obviously around Damat. And she would have gone to visit King Solomon, we have been told. And she would have had the child Menelik I. And of course, Menelik I came forward with the Ark of the Covenant, and the kingdom of Aksum, as we have been told, would have been established. Good. Now, what is considered a predecessor of Aksum, Damat, is seen to be thriving at the same time that the Queen of Sheba visited Solomon. In fact, it was a key kingdom. Remember, these kingdoms had a seaport, and Damat, as the kingdom, didn't mean it did not have more autonomy over certain aspects of Ethiopia. It ruled it then. And it would be a predecessor to what we know as the Axumite kingdom. And the Axumite kingdom also, because it was no breaking power, you know. It's just like the Lalibela kingdom, and then it goes to the Tigray and the Showan kings, but it's just a continual line of rulership. It's just that this history that I'm giving you now is not as covered as, let's just say, the dynastic period of Egypt. So I could be talking about the dynastic period and the 4th dynasty and the 5th dynasty, and many of you would have studied that in depth too. But what I'm talking about here, a lot of people haven't studied this. A lot of people don't even know about Damat, the ancient Ethiopian kingdom. It's not something, and please, no offense to no one, I'm just saying it's not something spoken of regularly. And this is an Ethiopian kingdom that we have evidence existed at least 1,000 years BCE. 1,000 years BCE. During the time of King David and King Solomon, there is a kingdom in Ethiopia, Damat, DMT. The same time the Queen of Sheba left Ethiopia, and interestingly, if you look on a map, where you have Damat or Damat, it's just the same place as where Sheba is. The exact same place. And it existed, apparently, during the same time the Queen of Sheba went to visit Solomon. And don't tell me, no, we don't believe in the Queen of Sheba and that kind of thing. I know you don't. Yeah. But the emperor clearly showed us. If you read the Bible, you will know exactly what time Christianity came to Ethiopia. And when Christianity came to Ethiopia, according to the Bible, not according to Izana's story, the king of Ethiopia was Zaskelis. Or the king of Aksum, at least, was Zaskelis. This is 1,000 years after the kingdom of Damat as we know it. I want the family listening. I told you already tonight, gonna be deep here. This is our history. And if you notice, we don't just come and talk the history we put it with common sense. It's common sense we're doing here. Common sense reshuffling. So I'm telling you, when Christianity came to Ethiopia, according to the book of Acts, around that time, you would have the kingdom of Axum already established and a king ruling it. Not the first king, but a king, Zoskelis. And he would be ruling from where? Adolis. Good. 300 years after him, you have Izana. But 1,300 years before them, you had the kingdom of Damat, which was a thriving kingdom when the Queen of Sheba left Ethiopia, the same space, because on a map, Damat is just the same place where Seba is. And she would have gone and visited Solomon and come back with her son and the ark. After a period, maybe 20 years, the ark came in with her son when he went and revisited Solomon. And then now, hear this. We have discovered in Sabian writings, in a sort of hieroglyphic way, the names of rulers of Damat, of which many still cannot pronounce correctly because of how technical the language is. So now we have, this is dated from 700 BC. Listen to me, family. I'm giving you an account here from 700 BCE to 650 BCE. So within this period of 50 years, so you have Melkin Wurin Hetwat, and she is queen, Akin Tind queen, Arkint, and they have a T because they're not sure. This is how the language, this is how complex the language is. So these names here are, for example, this queen, this next queen now, her name is spelled R-D, M, capital S, common M, and T, because this is the best way that they can derive it from the writings, from the Sabian. But she is another queen from Damat. This is between 700 BC and 600 BC, 650 BC. So we have two queens we highlight here so far. Melkin, Wirit, Hawit, and she's a queen and called Queen. All of that is a part of her name, but she's called Queen Akint. And then the next one, M. Kerb Melik, and she's Queen Rid Emsint. And remember, now there's no vowels in her name here, because this is something that is almost like the Meroitic language. They're still trying to decipher it. So the Meroitic stuff in Sudan gets a lot of talk, museum talk, radio program talk, but people don't talk about Damat and these kingdoms in Ethiopia. So then now you have a next queen, all of these are queens, Queens, all queens here. This one is Queen Erbint Yit, R-B-H-Y, and the Y is capital Y, the R is capital R, common B, common H, capital Y, common R, common T. That's her name. And then you have a next queen, capital M, common N, common M, capital A, common DT. Lemon Adit. These are four queens, and they have other names, like her name. I guess these, you may have spiritual name and through name and titles. M. Karb, M. Link, Saran Queen, Lemon Adit. So you have four queens here. No kings. Four queens here. Historically speaking, I'm talking. Considered to be queens of an ancient kingdom that is going back as far as here, this one, the time of who? The Queen of Sheba. You see how it's coming together? The Queen of Sheba is 1,000 years BC, between 1,000 and 900, because that's when Solomon ruled. Good. That's biblical. People can tell you they're not sure about that. The Queen of Sheba, we don't know if she exists, Menelik and the Ark of the Covenant, you show that really in Ethiopia, which Ark, many believe in Moses, and it didn't go up no hill, and we can go on and on about that. But let's deal with history. And I will say before I go on, I'm not going to go and act like if I'm not one of those new age knowledge seekers that going to tell you, well, I roll in with history, and I roll in with the not just the biblical, but the scriptural narrative. No, I'm not that type of person. History does be wrong. History does be wrong. History does lie too. Historians just make up things. You forget about Piltdown, man. Ask Job about that. If Job wasn't wise and some of them man wasn't wise, we would have a totally different idea about evolution because of Piltdown, man. Which is a skull they manipulate and change the jawbone to look like something else so that they could give the Caucasian world a higher prominence in the whole art of evolution. Piltdown, man. And they do a lot of that with history. Enough lies in history. This built then, this built there. This is the man that invented that. These are the first people over here. History full of a lot of lies. And talk about Bible lie. History does be more lie than the Bible. Straight up. So if it's history you believe in and not the scriptures, I will tell you to think again. So I'm showing you a balance here. We have facts historically, because that's what we believe in. 1,000 years BCE, that's 3,000 years ago. How old is the Ethiopian kingdom that we always say they hold their independence? 3,000 years. Well, 3,000 years ago, you had a kingdom ruling Ethiopia, the kingdom of Damat, the Damat dynasty. And as far as what I see is all woman does rule that. The same time a woman left Ethiopia and went to Solomon. And where this kingdom Damat is the same place where Saba is. Come on, man. Do the maths, family. Oh, my. And then 1,000 years after that, in the first century AD, just a bit after Christ, just a bit after the time Philip met the Ethiopian eunuch, we're seeing the kingdom of Axum thriving. And who is the king there? Zuskelis, not Izana, Zuskelis, also known as Zahakala, Adolis. And then 300 years after, King Izana met the Greek sailors, and you know how the story goes. So family, the reason why I'm doing this program and these programs is that I don't want us to see, it's sad to me sometimes when I see my brothers and sisters start to deny their anciency, start to deny Ethiopia, start to deny things that brought us into this faith because of new knowledge, you know, and professor this said that and professor that discovered this. But I'm telling you, I give thanks for the word the emperor of Ethiopia. And I'm going to repeat it when the emperor tell the man, if you read your Bible, you will know exactly what time Ethiopia come as a Christian country. And I mean, I will keep that with me with an understanding as we go forward. Yes, family, I hope you're definitely taking your notes there. And of course, you know, hey, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, if you know your Bible, see, this is a perfect example of that. If you know your Bible, this is a perfect example. This little discussion we just had there, especially the last 20 minutes of me talking, just listen to that again and you'll see where we went. If you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will become a mystery. And I've done yet, soon done, I just brought it in. You know, so that is to show you how real that is. And it has showed itself here in reality. But yes, family, we're looking to seal up. Hey, family listeners, as I said, tomorrow evening, we're going to be having a wonderful program. We have officially sealed up the agency of Ethiopia. But tomorrow evening, gather the family around again. We're going to have a nice fireside chat, you know, myself and the Honorable Goddess Empress Naya. Definitely will be sitting in, and we are going to be speaking of smart shopping. You know, the Honorable Empress, as you know, the host of Redemption Healing, and of course, the host of a slew of programs many of you may not have even gazed upon. So we'll be speaking of a lot of upcoming projects that will be brought to you right here on Radio and of course on the Priest Isaacs Institute website, YouTube page, etc., etc. But for sure, tomorrow evening we're going to be talking about smart shopping. So do you shop? In fact, do you eat? You eat? Okay, good. I thought so. Well, we will be having a discussion, a very open discussion, candid discussion. You know, you could kind of, should I use the term, you could let your hair down tomorrow. I don't think it would be as rigid as tonight and the other nights and all of that, but you should still bring your book and your pen, because you see the Honorable Empress is really, you know, if you want to use a term in the world, she has been trained, if you want to put it that way, to do this, you know, certified as a culinary master, etc., and other things of the sort. So she will be bringing her expertise to the table. And those of you who would have consulted her on other issues, you know exactly what I'm talking about, as she even assists, you know, sisters and families in general, pregnant families going through their time before and after the childbirth, and just in general wellness and health. So I'm looking forward to a wonderful reasoning tomorrow evening with the Honorable Empress Naya. Hey, remember, if you're not a subscriber, you know what to do. Just email us and let us know. I would like to be a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest. And let me remind you once again, check out Rastafari Experience Antigua on TripAdvisor. You've done that as yet? Oh, you did? Very good. So that means I should be seeing you in March. You're coming in March. In March, the 21st of March, right here in Antigua, the summer solstice, no. The winter solstice, no. The fall equinox, no. Spring equinox, you got it. Yeah, March the 21st, looking forward to seeing everyone. I'm a bit lost. What are you talking about? No problem. Rastafari Experience Antigua, TripAdvisor. And if you don't get what I'm talking about, by tomorrow when we come again, I'll give you more details. Hey, family, it has been a joy. And of course, you know, it takes some real eyes to realize the real lies that are amongst us. Give thanks. Brother Mandaka will lead us out here. Give thanks, Selassie. Jah, Rastafari.
We start with Mama Ella. Uyai. Mama Mary. Uyai. Earl Jr. Uyai. Wilfred. Uyai. Mama Hilda. Uyai. Papa Filbert. Uyai. Baba Reginald. Uyai. Now we don't know, brothers and sisters, if the others who are younger than Papa Omowale Malcolm X, Reginald is his younger brother, but we don't know whether Wesley and Robert is the youngest one, this Yvonne. Wesley, Yvonne, I believe Robert, the youngest one, is still alive, brothers and sisters. So we will just for now call their name in honor. Let us honor them, put our hands together and heal them, brothers and sisters. Hear them? And let us honor the Queen Mother Goddess who gave love in his lifetime to our great prophet and king. The woman who held him in her loving embrace and received his life so his seed could reproduce himself in mind, in body, and in spirit. Through her, he was blessed with 6 daughters, 4 who were born before him, and 2 who were in the womb of their mother, even as he was gone down in the presence of his wife and children. That great woman left our earthly company in very tragic circumstances in 1997. A fire that was started in her home that was attributed to her grandson who was 12 years old. Time does not allow to go into the full facts, but many questions remain about how that fire spread so quickly. But brothers and sisters, this was a great woman in her own right, who met her man, her soulmate in the nation of Islam, and united with him while seeking a commitment to the liberation of her people, and who continued even after his passing to raise 6 girls, continue to keep her husband's name alive, and continue to commit herself to the liberation of our people. This great woman deserves that we stand to our feet, call her name, summon her spirit, and heal her. Can we rise as we remember, as we call the name of Mama Betty Shabazz Uyai? Hello! 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 Whilst we are standing, let us remember the daughters of Papa Omowale Malcolm X and Mama Betty Shabazz.
While churches rose to the sky in Europe, in 12th century Africa, they were being carved out of the ground. These Christian pilgrims in Ethiopia are on their way to worship at one of them. In these highlands, in the 12th century, Lalibela, a new king from a new dynasty, built a new holy capital. Today, Lalibela's legacy lives on in the physical splendor of the churches and the traditions of their guardian priests.
My blessed people and congregation, churches with no mud, no wood, and no cement. You cannot find anything like this in the rest of the world. You are all blessed because you are here. This place was built by God.
Every year on St. George's Day, pilgrims gather to celebrate a faith that has endured here for 16 centuries. These Christians claimed that God brought the Ark of the Covenant and the tablets of the 10 Commandments to their land. On holy days today, priests carry on their heads replicas of the tablets, wrapped in gilded cloth. The people of Ethiopia have been carving churches out of mountains for more than 1,000 years. The 11 churches of Lalibela symbolize their achievement to the outside world. Become a legend, his story told by monks even today.
There was a city called Roha, where lived a man who belonged to one of the most noble of families, one of the richest in gold, silver, garments, precious stones, servants and maids. He had a child who became the mysteriously named Lalibela.
In the legend, the king's greatness was recognized at birth. A swarm of bees descended on his cot as if around honey.
His mother named him Lalibela, which means the bee has recognized him as king. But these were not bodily bees, but angels who took bee form in order to announce his reign.
God sent one of his angels to bring Lalibela to heaven, to show him the most holy of churches. Lalibela, the story goes, ordered tools to be made to carve temples like those he'd seen in heaven. His craftsmen turned the wild mountainside into a new Jerusalem.
Yes, family. Greetings, love to each and every one. Oh, what a joy. Of course, you know this is the moment of happiness, eh? And give thanks for the river Nile that flows out of Ethiopia, that comes out of Kenya and Uganda, and coming straight out of Victoria Falls, straight on her face, you know. So we give thanks continually for the original name of the river Nile, or I should say a more ancient name is the river Happy. So we are very happy, H-A-P-I. But if you H-A-P-P-Y, well, why not? We're still happy, we're joyous, we're having a great time here. And give thanks for such energy even coming into the tiger's nest, Lalibela. Ancient Christian country of Lalibela, the ancient Christian region of Lalibela. I said country, yes. But if you read the ancient Ethiopian history, even in the autobiography of Haile Selassie, which we will be getting into tonight, some of these provinces like Gondar and Tigray, they were referred to as countries. Check it out good. But Lalibela, the ancient empire, and give thanks for King Lalibela himself and his 11, 12, or 13, even 14 churches, depending on how you do the science. Yeah, we have done several programs on Lalibela, and we're thankful that we, were in a position to bring a lot of information related to such king and his rulership to the forefront. But anyway, this evening is a bit more than just Lalibela. We're going to be talking about the anciency of the Ethiopian Christianity. And of course, Lalibela is very important in the midst. For those of you who are students of history, you would know Lalibela has not even gone 1,000 years ago yet. In fact, the levels of miraculous achievement by King Lalibela is really not known in that time. In other words, when you hear of these great miracles, like even the building of the pyramid, which is somewhat miraculous, and that is historical. Let's put it in a mythological levels for those who believe in such. On a literal level, like Moses busting the sea in two and Joshua stopping the sun. You'd hear about these great miracles a long time ago. But up in the modern day time, you don't get them kind of miracles, even biblically. You don't see the type of miracles in the New Testament unless it's from the Christ himself. That's why I know he is the God in flesh, you know, according to the mythology and according to the esoterics and according to the reality of it. The man is the God in flesh, but it's expressed in that way. The same God that you see doing all the magic in the Old Testament in flesh now in the New Testament. So Lalibela now, the building of his miraculous churches has been done in a time when miracles were not as common as, let's just say, 3,000 years ago. You know, these great monuments that have the world, wow. These great structures that have the world, whoa. Most of them are like 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, you know, 2,000 years BC, but Lalibela is just about 800 years ago. Not too long before they decided to enslave the black people, Lalibela was carving them churches, these miraculous churches. You know, they may not seem to be up there with the Great Pyramids, but when you examine Lalibela churches, you know, there's nothing at all. There's no complex of structures anywhere on the planet that is unique like that. That is in an exclusive category like the churches or temples of Lalibela, and that is for sure. And I always say it is a shame for those who say that they're Christians, especially those in the hierarchy who like to talk of miracles. We all know Christianity thrives on miracles. That's why they believe in who they believe in, because he was born without a daddy. Miracle. He died and came back to life. Miracle. Plus all the things he did in between those two events. Miracle, the fish and bread and Lazarus and the full works, man walking who was crippled, miracles. So look what he did. You got to believe. So, all right, fair enough. But then we see something as miraculous as the building of Lalibela temples, something that you cannot see nowhere else in the world. Yes, they have churches and temples carved out of rock, you know, interestingly, in Ethiopia too. But the complex, the group of churches in the highlands of Lasta, in Roha, Lalibela is unique. And again, must be categorized amongst the miracles. The story alone says that it was angels that came and assisted overnight, during the night, pardon me. Yeah. One story says it happened overnight. One said it was 24, I think it's days, but I think the real consensus amongst the faithful is 24 years. Amongst the non-believers, they said this took like 400 years to do. You know, it was through several periods of time. Hey, family, I'm the Honorable Priest Isaac, and this is the Tiger's Nest. Welcome. Of course, you know you're listening to Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice. Hey, this is a program that comes to you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. If you're just coming in, give thanks for coming in. The program really starts at 7 p.m. sharp, talking about Eastern Caribbean time. At this time, I'm talking about the 17th day of January. It should be 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until they change it back for the Eastern Caribbean time and the Eastern Standard Time to correlate with each other. Just want to make sure it's clear, you know. Just want to make sure it's clear, because I'm telling you, I have some people that they're living under the Eastern Standard Time. And when their clock says 7, they say, hey, I gotta go and listen to Tiger's Nest. And when they put on, it's 8 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time, where I am. So I've already gone an hour into the Tiger's Nest. I'm sure some of you listening say, yeah, that caught me a few nights ago, but I got it straightened out. Exactly. So you gotta be careful, because in the northern countries and in certain places in Europe, you know, they'll be changing the time. The scripture already told you that those who think they have the power to change times and laws. And you see them do that with their daylight saving times. But anyway, I don't want to go too much into that, because we've touched upon that. And we have a serious subject this evening. Going back to Lalibela now, we're going to be talking about the anciency of Ethiopia's Christianity. I mean, it has always been a debate. Some say Ethiopia has one of the oldest Christianity. Some say it's the oldest because that which preceded it is no longer, a kingdom or established. Some say it has the oldest Bible. Some say one of the oldest Bibles. We're going to be going into a lot of that this evening. We had a wonderful program previous night. We were talking about the anciency of Ethiopia. This is a series of programs. We were talking about the anciency of Ethiopia previous night, but we were talking about paleontology and anthropology, and of course the evolution of the human being. Provocative discussion. Yes, those of you who were not here, of course, the copy of the program is available for everyone. Those of you who are subscribers, keep in mind, and those of you who are prospective subscribers, keep in mind when you subscribe, you get programs prior to your subscription. So if you subscribe today, you're going to get programs maybe 2 strongs ahead previously done. You just get them off the bat. So you can sit down and be listening several hours, well, almost a whole day of programs before you start to get the up-to-date Tiger's Nest program that we do every evening. So subscribe, contact us, email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com, and become a subscriber to the Tiger's Nest. And of course, you get the program of previous night, what they call last night, dealing with evolution of the original man. Let's put it that way. And it was a scientific discussion. It wasn't religious at all. So if you have something scientific to put on the table, of course, we are definitely willing and able, to go through. All right, family. I want to get into the vibes this evening. This is the Tiger's Nest. Time is moving, so let's begin the program. Say what? That's how it is, family. Them things is you were just listening to what is known. That was the cover of the book there. So now we're going to go and get into the vibes itself and take this thing to another level. The Tiger's Nest. Give thanks. Go nowhere.
Of their temples, their churches, what they call their mother churches, they have a replica of that ark in the Holy of Holies, where only the priests can go. I put this here because we wanted to look at it again, re-familiarize ourselves, especially because tomorrow is going to be Good Friday. And last week you had Palm Sunday. And next Sunday you're going to have Easter. So this is the original African mother and child. This is the Ethiopian version of the black mother and child. And this is what we got coming out of Europe, the white mother and child, which have now been imposed on the whole world through the barrel of a gun. In the history of Christianity in ancient Africa, St. Catherine's Monastery in Egypt, which is south of Sinai, is 335 AD. You remember, it's 325 AD when they come up with the Bible, right? When they start writing the Bible, they really don't come up with it for another 70 years or so. So here's this monastery, which is already there, and they don't even have a Bible yet. So what's this about? What are they teaching then? So they're teaching the same Kemetic body of information, and they're breaking it down to fit this modern people that have now invaded our lands via the invasion of the Hyksos, first the Hyksos, 1700 BC, then the Hittites, and then following the Assyrians, and then that's following the Persians, and that's followed by the Greeks, and that's followed by the Romans. Well, none of them ever go back home after being defeated, so the remnants of these people are now in our land, and our elders and priests is trying to interpret our body of knowledge in a format to teach it to these invaders' children who are now being born and grown up in our land for centuries.
Carved into cliffs, grounded in faith and history. Lalibela's rock-hewn churches have inspired awe for 900 years. This week on Inside Africa, I'll take you inside the Ethiopian village, through this sacred site, and show you how Lalibela became a place of pride and pilgrimage for the faithful. Ethiopia is home to one of the oldest Christian churches in the world, dating back to the early 4th century. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church used to be part of Egypt's Coptic Church, but established its own patriarch in 1959. Today, nearly 2/3 of the country's population is Christian, with most belonging to the Orthodox Church. Nestled in the rugged mountains of northern Ethiopia, the small village of Lalibela holds enormous significance to the Orthodox Church, being one of the most important places of pilgrimage. This is where 11 medieval churches were carved both inside and out from a single rock, connected by an extensive system of drainage ditches, tunnels, and passageways.
You still can see the chisel marks. All this has been dug.
Wow. Fikru Waldegorgis has lived here most of his life and knows the churches intimately. The perfect guide to help me navigate the maze of passages.
So what's the purpose of having these tunnels?
No, two things. One, as you can see, they all are below the level of the ground. So the only way to go between the churches is through the tunnels.
Through this network.
And then plus, it helps also to drain the water down the gorge.
The rural mountain town of Lalibela is home to about 30,000 people. And though the Ethiopian village may be small and remote, it's brimming with spirituality for followers of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Lalibela's famous monolithic churches have been a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1978, thanks to their impressive architecture and rich influence on Ethiopian Christianity. Some churches were chiseled into the face of a cliff, while others stand as isolated blocks, like the iconic Church of St. George, constructed in the shape of a cross.
Now, all of these sacred sites here in Lalibela are carved out of what's called volcanic tuff rock. You can see it here, but look, it disintegrates quite easily. So 5 years ago, UNESCO decided to erect these protective coverings, shielding the churches from the elements. Unfortunately, out of all 11 sacred churches, only 4 of them have this kind of protection. The shelters...
Now, even though this is not exactly the subject, it's still in the area of the topic. well, no, maybe I should say this, what I'm going to say may not be the topic, but it's the subject area. I think that's the better thing. Now, for those of you who understand the present situation of Lalibela, as the host here for this program is saying, it is it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site and protected. And there are certain, what would you call these, roofs? Canopy kind of roofs that cover some of the churches, not all. Now, apparently these roofs are supposed to assist the church from weathering, to prevent weathering, I should say, yeah. Now, obviously, it's a roofing, so you still see the sides. There's nothing protecting the sides. So wind and rain can still hit the sides. The roof is just above, and they're very large, and they don't look nice at all. They take away from the beauty of the site. Not a geologist, and I cannot tell you what would be the difference if these things were removed. How much it would speed up the pace of erosion of the rocks. I want you to follow me good. So the rocks them now withering away, this rubbling away, crumbling away there. Let's put it in them so-called simple terms. Because of rain and wind and the elements, pressure from the elements over some years and centuries will assist the destruction of the churches. You get it? Good. And these people from UNESCO, the United Nations, who preserve places, they have put these roofs above it. And you know how these roofs get there? It's funding, you know. Yeah, man, the UN go out and get funding to put these roofs here. I am positive 3/4 of the funding didn't go to these rough people pocket that. That's how the world running. Let me just tell you that now. Different story. Let's get back to this. So yeah, so these roofs are there, looking very unpleasant to me, and there to protect the site. That is very debatable to me as well. And if there is some level of protection offered, how much? And then you may say, but come on, brother, you always negative. Can you protect them? Even if it's just a bit of protection, you're talking about there's no sites. At least if it would have been destroyed in 700 years, it will take a little longer to be destroyed, maybe 900. Because we got to be logical now. Family, the Great Pyramid of Giza was built to align with stars that you know. Name some for me. Alcyon, Sirius, Orion, Pleiades, the North Star. You know that, right? Good. That's what you know. You know that because you read it here and there. You know that. That pyramid and the other two were built to align with many other things. And the equinox and the solstices and other monuments and other temples. They were built to work with stars and the sun, etc., etc. You get me? Good. So when you put these extra roofs above what has already been created, we don't know what we are robbing these buildings of. You see, we're dealing with a culture and a people who are not concerned with robbing nature of what is due to nature. So in other words, I mean, guard your food if you're eating, I don't want to sound vulgar. So in other words, when we go and defecate, we prefer to defecate in a toilet and have everything packed up in this system. Either it's a sewage system created and they pump that somewhere in the water, or it's this box system in the Caribbean where you have this big thing like a swimming pool that's obviously well covered and sanitized, but everything packs up in there, and maybe in 10 years they come and clean it out, and who knows where they carry that. Are you following me? Nature was designed that when you release your waste, you put it in the earth. Just like manure, you actually supposed to do that and cover it back. Not for nobody to see it, no flies to trouble. Cover it neatly. You dig it deep enough and cover it. That nature, not a latrine, not a pit toilet. Different spots in your movement. That's how we were created, you know. Now, I know we are civilized. And we live in the big mansion. Who can run out in the yard and do that? And the neighbors are watching. So you got to do it the civilized way. Remember the same civilized people that have the shower where you wash your skin in the same place where you do the same defecation. The smallest window in the room. That's civilization. And the toothbrush and the soap is right there. Same room where you defecate. You know why the defecation smells? Because it's fumes, particles. It's not just a smell, it's particles that land on the same soap and land on the same toothbrush that you put in the mouth, in the same room that you bathe in, and the soap is there and you still coming. I need to use the bathroom, Robbie. I need to go while you're washing this. Everything happening in that little room, very small room, one of the smallest rooms and the smallest windows. Civilized people we are. We learned this from those who took us from the bush and civilized us. So with their loving heart, they came and put some roof now over Lalibela temples. I'm on the same subject. I didn't change the subject. You should know how you go by now. With their loving hearts, they came and put a roof above the temples on Lalibela. But because, you know, they don't look as deep into this as we do, they don't understand. I'm sure they don't. If they did, they wouldn't have done it this way. But they don't understand. They're blocking the sunlight, not just the sunlight from touching the roof, but the alignment of the sun at a specific time. Why you think the brothers and sisters gather there at Timkat, which is in a few days, the 19th day of January. Why do you think they gather there on Christmas, the 7th of January, and these key days? Why do you think they gather there on Maskel, the 27th of September? These are key days that scientists have not yet discovered what alignment is taking place in Abba Libanos, and the Rock Church of Kiddos Girgis and Beta Emmanuel and Madani Alem. These are different churches at Lalibela that have several windows and several floors. More than likely at a specific day, the light of a specific star is coming through specific windows and touching specific altars. There are 11, 12, 13, 14 churches, depending on how you look at it, because some of them are in two. So you're going to tell me that these roofs that they just put there haphazardly, they don't even care, is not blocking off any specific alignments that have been aligning with these temples for centuries. Remember, these are the 8th wonder of the world. So in the same way the pyramid has its alignment, and the star Sirius align, and the Orion constellation belt align at a specific time with a specific shaft. Lalibela was built that way. But it's just that the experts have not discovered that yet. But take it from me, because in a few years, you will hear the experts bring it out. They've been built to specific points, maybe not the cardinal points, but it's not just east, west, north, and south. You know. What about north, northeast, and west, southwest at a specific degree for a specific reason because of the rising of a specific star, maybe even in the southern hemisphere, depending on the latitude that this building is on. The engineer, remember, it's angels build this. Remember, it's angels build this. So they're blocking out key alignments. I am positive of that, because of these big roofs. Now, what would be sad is if they know that. Oh, that wouldn't be nice at all. If they knew that they're blocking out a specific energy, because it's energy. We didn't build things to align just to say, hey, it works. No. We understood what happens when we harness the light from Alcyon, and it goes through the shaft and alights the room once every 53 years. We understand that. That's why we say, come, everybody in the room now. You sure you didn't eat for the last 3 days? Yes, sir. Okay, you can go in. Yeah, we comprehend these things. What would be sad is if the people that put these roofs there know that and purposely put them there to block out a certain energy that will be coming through. I hope I didn't go too far with what I'm saying here. Oh, you too suspicious. You just conspiracy theorists. Yeah, I know that. I know. So who put them white Jesus in there, by the way? In Lalibela churches. You, even if you've never been there, you watch any video with Lalibela, it's more whiter than the white. I never even see white people so whiter before, like how Jesus and Mary and the little boy look on these pictures in Lalibela. And next to them, they have an Indian looking one and a black one. What kind of clown show going on in there? How did that happen? I know I'm too suspicious. Pardon the Passion family. I think you know by now, this is the tiger's nest, man. Yeah, that's how it's done here. Hey, I have something I want to read, you know, before we continue here. Let me just give a listen to this. I think everyone will love this.
Oh, 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 oh. Yeah. We need stable storehouses, just laws and free. But the economic gap gone unfathomable deep. When government officials turn control freaks up. Oh, 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 the king, I hold this honorable decree. His words address it to humanity. The coronation of the empress in equality. The sacred place of woman in society. The issues that confront us now presently. The most revolutionary course of speech revealed. Our education and upbringing has not prepared us to be the new ones that Haile Selassie foresee. It's international mingle and parallel psychology. If it's affecting the nerves, it's neuropsychology. What caused the immigrational drift when people flee? Target you and squeeze people financially. Right on the wave of invasion of privacy. Then would like to arrange how it's told to history. When it was Thesaurus, encyclopedia and dictionary, there was some kind of reassured psychological safety. It was this is what we know and this is how it be. Well, the internet tore that to shreds, to smithereens. There's more information and less certainty. Hey, whatever you believe, it's still food you need. Whatever you believe, it's shelter you need. And what it takes in life to maintain your peace is a juggling of will and of priorities. Mass fragmented fracture with words of belief. Marionette the market and pull string and release. How your market value coincide with your ideology. How does your religion affect your spending for daily needs? Whatever you believe, it's still food you need. Whatever you believe, it's shelter you need. And what it takes in life to maintain.
Don't just listen to punchlines.
Juggling of will and priorities.
Deep lyrics here.
We need. Yes, but what's struggling are the words minority and majority. Meritocracy, constitutional, theocratical monarchy. Even in present day world it evokes jealousy. We need Jah, we need Kill Rastafari, we need whatever you believe. Need stable storehouses and just laws and free. But the economic gap turned into unfathomable deep. When government officials turn control free. Whatever you believe, it's still food you need. Whatever you believe, it's shelter you need. And whatever it takes to maintain your peace, it's a juggling of will and of priorities. We need
chants of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. This is a very nice edition of the Tiger's Nest, and it's going to get nicer. When we came in there at the beginning, you would have heard Brother Professor James Small actually articulating some history there. And, you know, as I said, without going into too much of the, what would I call, academic details and back and forth about the early churches, because basically, just, you know, a rundown, many ones would consider that the Ethiopian Orthodox Church would have had its origin coming out of the Coptic Church. And you see, this is interesting, you know, because it is not just about the Coptic Church. When you hear Coptic, you know, it's Egyptian. The Coptic language is a language, you know, man. The script itself, the writing, the Coptic and Ge'ez are modified versions of hieroglyphics. You know, the Medu Neter, Ge'ez is Medu Neter, you know, and so is Coptic. They're to be respected. The language. Coptic is not Arab, the people thing. You know. Now, but still, I'm saying that when you understand the history of Ethiopia, and of course, when Fermentus and his brothers, these were Greek Christians as such, that were brought to the king of Ethiopia, the father of King Ezana. Of course, tomorrow we'll be talking about King Ezana in more depth. And it is King Ezana himself who is considered to be the first Ethiopian king. And it is he who brought them onto such status where Fermentus, I think, even went back to Egypt and became the archbishop over Ethiopia. You know that story. Now, that story there is still a bit different from what we see in the scriptures of the book of Acts chapter 8 that speaks about the Ethiopian eunuch. You know that story when the eunuch now, which is of an official in the courts of Queen Candace, book of Acts chapter 8, and he, the official, was reading the book of Isaiah, and he couldn't understand what it is Isaiah was speaking about. And he met Philip, who is one of the chief disciples of Christ. And Philip told him that, hey, listen, what you're reading about or who you're reading about, I know him personally. In fact, that's my brother. Let me tell you about him. And Philip baptized him. Philip baptized the Ethiopian official in the name of Jesus Emmanuel. And it is said that this Ethiopian official, of course, carried this order back to Queen Candace, and Ethiopia became a Christian country. Now that's a different story than the story of Fermentus. You realize that. Now the story in Acts, Philip, the disciple of Christ. Christ was born, well, I think they say 4. It's 4? 4 AD or 3 AD. I think Christ born. Oh, it's 1 BC. Something of the sort. You would expect Christ to be born on year 0, really, but somehow he missed the boat a bit somehow. I don't know. But anyway, but the point I'm making is Philip was moving with Christ. This is in 33, 34 AD. Now the story with Fermentus and his brother, who were shipwrecked, and they were, well, some say kidnapped and brought to the Ethiopian king. We're talking about 3 something AD. So that's like almost 300 years after Christ, almost 300 years after Philip would have baptized the Ethiopian eunuch. And the Ethiopian eunuch would have gone to Ethiopia, and Queen Candace would become the first queen, Christian queen of Ethiopia. I mean, if King Izana is the first Christian king, well, Queen Candace is the first Christian queen. What do you think about that? It's just interesting because, of course, that's one story and the other is another story. Now, of course, ones will say, well, listen, the one in the Bible, that's just the Bible. But King Izana is history, because King Izana now, we have strong evidence of King Izana. We know who King Izana is. In fact, you have coinage of King Izana with his picture, his name, the time frame. In fact, the earlier coins would show King Izana with the symbol of the moon, which ones would have considered that prior to Ethiopia becoming a Christian kingdom, they would have served deities related to the moon and other aspects, astronomical bodies and things of the sort. So King Izana was seen with the moon. And then after a period of time, you saw King Izana with the cross. So this is what the academics would consider empirical evidence to prove that King Izana is the first Ethiopian king to convert to Christianity. And just couple that with the story that has already been put down in, some say it's a legend or history, of Fermentus and his brother coming to Ethiopia and giving them that Christianity in that same time. So this is like the 4th century, I think you'd say early 4th century AD. And remember, all of this is before Rome became a Christian country, which you would hear Professor James Smalls was saying at the beginning of the program. So why am I saying all of this? Well, I'm saying all of this just in case you didn't know the history, so you learn it. But I'm really trying to show you, balance things out for you, because let's return to the book of Acts now. So the story in Acts is different than the story of Izana. Izana, as a little schoolboy, was reading the story in Acts. So I mean, or the story in Acts would have been there before him, I should say. So when Izana and let's just say the king after him and the one after him became Christians, and Ethiopia started to translate the Bible that was before it. I'm just drawing a reference. This is like a hypothetical stuff I'm putting out. When they read the story in Acts, they talk about the Ethiopian eunuch that got the order from Philip and then brought it to Queen Candace. What's the connection there? Remember, this is 300 years prior to them, and they just newly became Christians. And as new Christians, they're reading in the Christian book that 300 years ago. Christianity came to their kingdom. That's interesting. Remember, Bill McNeil said in the interview with Haile Selassie, "Your Majesty, Christianity came to Ethiopia around the 4th century BC. And Haile Selassie's response was, if you read your Bible, you know exactly what time Christianity came to Ethiopia." Now, I don't know if that's a religious answer, because a lot of people in this modern time say His Majesty had to do this and he had to do that because he was a Christian, and that's the culture and the religion. So I don't know if that would apply to this sort of answer, because the man put to Haile Selassie a historical quote-unquote fact. The man didn't ask him about religion, and he said, hey, well, as a, you know, you're the emperor of this country, and I know Christianity came about 300 and something AD. I talk in history now and belief. And the king said, hey, if you read your Bible, which is a different story. So which one the emperor checked for then? Which one you check for? The listeners, which one you check for? You check for the two of them, you sure? I check for the two of them too. And that is why even in Ethiopia, you could see is obviously you have two different types of Christians. On that level, maybe they have 10 different types, but on the level I talk in, it's obvious. What level are you talking, my brother? Okay, let's just put it this way. And let's do anything you want to do. You understand? Let's put it this way. When around here, now a lot of races around here in the Caribbean, and I'm sure you know some of them, because we're races and we're following Haile Selassie. The argument that Haile Selassie is an Orthodox Christian, and we should be Orthodox Christians, is a very reasonable argument, you know. Of course, I mean, it makes sense to me that that's something that we should talk about. No, I mean, I'm not an Orthodox, quote-unquote, Christian as you know it today. And if you notice how I kind of make sure you understand, it's not like I throw away the term, but the practice that we know as Orthodox Christianity, I'm not that. Not because His Majesty was that. I'm just not that, and I have my reasons, and I could explain myself properly why that's not the road I'm going down. But for someone just to, you know, just to bring it up, this is our God, this is our King, this is our example. He's an Orthodox Christian. We should be it too. Even if you're not, you should at least be tolerable enough to understand that rationale. Even if you think you can sit down the person and say, I get your point, let me reason it out to you. But at least you should be gentle enough to at least understand why someone would think so. Good. So a lot of races now, they become Orthodox Christians. And obviously, if you're in that for a year, you're going to start drift away from Haile Selassie. Come on, you can't feel because Orthodox Christianity don't push Haile Selassie. It's Jesus Christ they push. You know that. Good. Now, for you to be a priest in that, you have to shave your locks. But they have another set of Christians in Ethiopia they call the Batawi. They carry locks. So who is their priest? Them is monks. Some of them live on some islands and no woman and so ever go on the island. And they have their own ceremonies. They move, they walk with the cross, they look the same, you know, but they carry locks. If you see them in the regular Ethiopian Orthodox Church, they're just passing through and they're just checking out what's going on. But they're not a part of the clergy. They have their own clergy. They're slightly different. Are they under the directorate of the Archbishop, the Abuna of Ethiopia? In all honesty, I can't fully answer that. Somehow I don't get the impression that it's the exact same thing. They're under that council. Because they officiate their own ceremonies. They're Batawi. They're monks. Many of them roam the land. And I purposely brought it up in that way to show you a Batawi, if a Batawi wanted to be a priest in the regular Orthodox Tuwedo church, he'd have to shave his locks. From my knowledge, from my humble understanding of it. I stand corrected if I, we don't know everything. But from the little I know, and what I'm saying is Orthodox priests and so that tell me this, we would have an Orthodox priest right in Antigua from Ethiopia. So it's not like if I just bringing this out of my head. And I brought that up now not to compare them, but just to show you. The book of Acts now, just after the Jesus character make a move, show you that an Ethiopian, so differently than the disciples, nobody else is no real Christian yet. Plus, no country has accepted no Christianity yet. Nobody, according to the book of Acts. It's just Philip and Peter, these brethren just trying to teach people, we have the answer here. And here comes an Ethiopian official. An official, when you have something to give an official, and you see the secretary, you see the driver, you see the chef. Yeah, but when you see the official, you see a man, that's the man, he you want to talk to. So when Philip get the official, and the official was, said, what is this? So when the official went back to Ethiopia with Christianity, it's not like if it's just a regular man went back, like there was a man, this is the first man. It's the official, somebody that can change the laws. He went to the queen and said, hey, this is how it goes. So that is why when His Majesty was asked, and he wasn't even asked, the statement was given to him about the historical, what you will find in any encyclopedia, King Izana getting Christianity to Ethiopia in 3-something AD. The king said, read your Bible. And then you would know exactly what time Christianity comes to Ethiopia. All right. Now, what I want to do is to read in My Life and Ethiopia's Progress, Haile Selassie I, the autobiography of the king. And of course, in the first part of the autobiography, the emperor, after putting Ethiopia in the League of Nations, would have done several tours to specific European countries. And of course, done many deals or made different arrangements, even with Italy. A lot of the arrangements that were made with Italy never followed through at all. The king made mention of that. But of course, the emperor in this travel, in this movement, would have passed through the clergy, the church, whether it be in Paris, obviously the Vatican, met with the Pope at the time, and the Archbishop of Canterbury, etc. What I want to do is to read from the autobiography, page 96. And I just want to read the speech given at the emperor's presence by, I think it's the Archbishop of Stockholm, Sweden, and then the Archbishop of Canterbury, whose remarks were quite interesting as well. All right, just bear with the tiger moment. Let me make sure I have everything here. Okay, now it says here from page 96, when we reached Stockholm, His Majesty King Gustav had not yet returned from his country home where he had gone for vacation. Let me just get my microphone a bit closer here. Very good. We therefore put up at Grand Hotel Royal. Okay. Now it says here, on this day was Pentecost, and therefore the Archbishop of Upper Sala, Nathan Soberdum sent an envoy and told us, I hope I pronounced it right, but that's how it's spelled, and told us because of the feast of Pentecost, we shall be holding prayers and a sermon towards evening, and we beg that it be your wish to attend. We departed from Stockholm at 9 o'clock, which is 3 p.m., and reached Upper Sala on the 3rd at 10 o'clock, pardon me, at 4 p.m. The provisional governor and the archbishop received us at the station. Up to the time when the prayers and sermon began, we inspected the University of Uppsala and the library. In the library, we were very pleased to see some gaze and Amharic books. When the hour of the prayers and the sermon came, we went to the church. The archbishop, being at an elevated place, read the appropriate extracts for Pentecost from the Bible, I like this part, and gave a long sermon. I know the king have this humor. And by the way, he wasn't king yet. He's the ever king, but he was Rastafari at this time. So keep this in mind just so you understand the chronology of time that we're dealing with. So we're talking about 1924, and of course, just gone into the League of Nations. He wasn't even given the title Negus yet. Good. After he spoke about Ethiopia as follows. I think this is the expert here. This is what the Archbishop is saying as follows. It is a fact that Ethiopia accepted Christianity a long time prior to us. Let me repeat that. It is a fact that Ethiopia accepted Christianity a long time prior to us. It is only after the steadfast Christians who lived upon those heights of Africa that we Swedes, having accepted Christianity, became families and communities of Christ. And now it is an unforgettable experience for us to be hosts with friendly greetings to the Crown Prince of Ethiopia and Regent Plenipotentiary, who has come from those elevated parts of Africa, elevated parts. When he had finished speaking at length, my heart was touched with joy at his truly inspiring address. And then the king went on to express what he expressed to him. Very good. Now, so that was just the Archbishop of Sweden there, highlighting how grand it was to host the Emperor of Ethiopia, and of course of the fact that, his Christianity way precedes us. Good. That's soft compared to what the Archbishop of Canterbury is going to say now. Let me just find this here. Okay, give thanks, just looking for this. Now remember, for those who are just coming in, we're reading from My Life and Ethiopia's Progress, Haile Selassie I. Hey, if you're just coming in, wow, that's a lot you have missed. I mean, this is such a nice program we've been having thus far, I'm telling you. I mean, that somebody say, oh, sorry to be late. I mean, I feel that. But, that's not a problem. You can get a copy of this program, easy as pie. Once you're a subscriber, it's an easy thing, just subscribe. And of course, as I said, when you subscribe to the Tiger's Nest, you actually get programs prior to the beginning of your subscription. So you will begin tonight. You'll get tonight's program, but prior to tonight, you get at least maybe a week or two worth of programs, and then your subscription will begin. So while you're waiting 24 hours for a new program, you have maybe 24-hour worth of programs that you can sit and listen to, and it will lead you there. Very good. Okay, good. So as I was saying, after the king now left, he went back to London. I think this was the second time in London, and he met the the Archbishop of Canterbury, who also gave a speech that I want to read here for you. All right, here it is. You could see I was actually trying to look for it. Page 108. Interesting stuff. Okay. No. On the same day, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Most Reverend Randall Davidson, gave a dinner for us, and we left Albert Gate at 7 o'clock to go to Lambert Palace. After a very pleasant banquet in our honor, the Archbishop made the following speech. All right. Okay. Your Highness, it gives me very great pleasure. This is the Archbishop talking, Randall Davidson, to Your Highness Rastafari of Ethiopia. In London, this is where we are. Good. Anglican Church. Very good. Your Highness, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Your Highness to Lambeth Palace, which is the main center of the English Church. From time to time, I receive those who are the important representatives of the branches of the Church of Christ. Very good. But there has never before visited Lambert anyone whose church stands in terms of antiquity in first place among the Christians of the world. This is the Archbishop of Canterbury, the head of the Church of England, the Anglican Church, speaking to a not yet coronated Haile Selassie, no man. So all the vibes we talk about Haile, none of them things happen yet. No coronation, no Mussolini, nothing yet. Is the Rastafari. The man said nobody like this ever come here. Yeah. Whose church, in terms of antiquity, stands in the front of the line. Okay, so for example, you see like previous evening, last night program as they call it, we were talking about the first of the line when it comes to humanity. So now we're talking about the first of the line when it comes to Christianity, religion, and even a God concept in general. And it's not me saying so, it's the Archbishop, the Pope of the Anglican Church then. You know, one Pope, you know. Pope means father, by the way. The Pope of the Anglican Church. Very good. But there has never been before, where is it? But there has never before visited Lambert anyone whose church stands in terms of antiquity in first place among the Christian world. Well, hold on. It gets better, you know. Your Highness, your church has an ancient history of about 1,600 years. He needs to go back to maths class, though, but he's doing all right. Its beginnings approach the even earlier period. Hear this, man. Its beginnings approach the even earlier period of the apostles of our Lord. So the Archbishop now, who is obviously a learned scholar, that's how he's in that position, understand that, hey, we juggling, in a sense, two histories here. So he gave a timeline of 1,600 years for the anciency of the Ethiopian church, and he says about. So I'll give him that because he says about 1,600 years. And then he goes on to show that its beginnings approach the time of the apostles of our Lord. And that is why, again, when Bill McNeil told the king that King Izana was the first Christian king, the king said, read Acts chapter 8. And I'm paraphrasing the interview. That's not a quote. Your church has a history which is related to the time of Athanasius and his companion church fathers. Your Highness is not only holding on to ancient traditions, but it is your glory to develop Christian civilization for the future and to spread Christian scriptures amongst your people. From your printing press issue, not only ancient and modern religious books, but you yourself are an active participant in the work. So this is a serious vibration now he's showing, even as the emperor coming forward here. Good. But you yourself are an active participant in the work. The Ethiopia's books, which your Highness has caused to be printed, have an introduction by you. Everyone who studies the books of Chrysostom and of the monk Ma Yishak will derive much benefit. Ma Yishak, by the way, is the Ethiopian for Isaac, Yishak. It is not to be doubted that the main object of your present journey is to acquaint yourself with the modern Western world, which you see, they don't cite that from a long time. Be it in spiritual or in secular terms, your visit is to all of us a perpetual joy. I feel assured that your country's spiritual and secular well-being is well placed in your hands and that there is due to you every possible assistance for your beneficent endeavors. He concluded by saying, with cordial friendship and high hopes, we wish that everything for which you have come here may prosper. And that ends the speech of the Archbishop of Canterbury, which is the Anglican Church. I mean, when you have a conversation like this, what you do, you give sources. That's why you would hear people say, hey, brother, source up, you know, where you get that information from. So again, you know, this is interesting, you know, because another individual, let me see, another one of the clergies mentioned the same shipwreck with Fomentus and his brother, and they were showing that Ethiopia, because what happened, let me show you this too, even before I kind of just jump to a next point, just this whole, I'll get back to that. What Haile Selassie did is he broke ties with all the connections that were sucking Ethiopia of its true place in Christianity. You know, here where the man say Ethiopia belongs in the front of Christianity history, the history of Christianity. The front. Remember, Ethiopia was considered like a child of the Coptic Church. Ethiopia was really under subjection to the Coptic Church for centuries, not for centuries, 1,000+ years. Hear this too. Remember the 9 saints? Some history says that the 9 saints were sent to Ethiopia from Constantinople. And then the Greeks now, which is Fomentus there, have their hand in the Ethiopian history. Haile Selassie came and cut ties with all them people there. Just watch it good. He cut ties with the Greek Orthodox Church, the Coptic Church. When I say cut ties, not friendly ties, ties of authority. So this is why now you would find in the 19th, you have Abuna Basilis becoming the first archbishop after 1600, 1700 years there. Abuna Basilis becoming the first archbishop under whose hands? Haile Selassie, which gave Ethiopia its own direct rulership of itself, its own control of its own dominion. That's what Haile Selassie did. So Ethiopia is now an independent Christian country, independent from the Coptic Church. Haile Selassie did that. Is the Archbishop of the Coptic Church, was the Archbishop of the ancient Ethiopian Church with Lalibela and all of that. The Archbishop of the Coptic Church in Egypt. Haile Selassie was the one that came and cut that off. He cut off the connection with any Greek Orthodox church as any mother church. You crazy? And this is why when, sorry, please don't be offended when I say you're crazy. I think it's just a bit of the Caribbean culture. You know, I didn't mean nothing by it at all. No one jumped out of their chair. My father used to ask me in the dialect term, boss, a junk, you know, is a junk, you know. He didn't mean anything by it. He just wanted to know, what am I up to? You know, it's like another way of saying, have you lost your mind? But anyway, so when I said if you're crazy, it's just a somewhat of a jovial way to spice up the conversation. Good. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yes, So I'm just showing you with understanding here now. The anciency of the church, the history, you have several things in front of you that is highlighting the history. But the King of Kings that we know, when that was put before him, he chose the one in the Bible, which is more ancient than the one in the encyclopedia. But how do you rationalize that? Well, again, there is a Christianity in Ethiopia that have dreadlocks, Nazarites, Batawi. I am saying that them is the ones that Philip baptized, because Christ was a dreadlocks. Philip was a dreadlocks too, if Philip was his real name. You know, he was a dreadlock too. So he would have taught the Ethiopian eunuch, yo, is Nazarites we are, Batawi, dreadlocks. Yeah, I'm telling you. So how is it they have them two Christianity then? And why is it Haile Selassie? I would say brush aside, but from the Izana story with the biblical story. And then now, when he went to Sweden, here what the Sweden boss telling him, the Sweden, Mr. Davison, not Davison, that's the other one there, in Sweden. Davison is Lambert Palace. But the Sweden Archbishop, he showing the king not only is Ethiopia supposed to be in the front of the line, but no, pardon me. He said that Ethiopia should be in the front of the line as far as Christianity. But at Lambert Palace, yes, it was the Archbishop, Randall Davison of Canterbury, that said, your history is about 1600 years, and its origin goes back to the days of the apostles. And I will repeat, it's two stories he just told there in his slick way. Got to understand the science that many of us miss. So this is like an election. Pick one. Which one you voted for? 1600 or the story in the Bible? I just kind of talking at you because you don't have to pick one, because I picked the two of them. I do not dismiss the story of Izana and Fermentos. Of course not. Ethiopia is a large kingdom, you know. And if you study it, you understand the divisions of kingdoms. That's why Izana was called King of Kings. Even the same Izana, you know, had a lot of trouble with the southern part of Ethiopia, where he had to go and fight them to keep Ethiopia together. Even Menelik II, that we know, you know, should be credited, largely credited, with the Ethiopia borders, boundaries that we know today. Menelik II expanded Ethiopia, took back Ethiopia from rival, if you want to use the term, tribes. So you have to understand these little things. So there was a Christianity that came into Ethiopia, man, way before his honor. When it was in the highlands, when it was rejected after a while, when Queen Candace and her dynasty passed on, that part of history just may not be seen yet. But judging from the words of the wise, Haile Selassie, if you read your Bible, you know, and even the Archbishop, I'm sure he know a thing or two, clearly showing you that, yeah, your history is just is 1600 years old, but it went back as far as to the apostles. Yeah, family, you don't know how you're going on. Enough meditation here. Give thanks for the sound of the Ethiopian Orthodox sound, and of course, give thanks, you know, with the meditation, for we're in the holies of holies. And as I said, even at the beginning, you heard even the professor explaining of the anciency of the church. And I think by now we all clearly understand of its presence even before that of Rome. Yeah, man, give thanks. Nice one. Check the lyrics. Check it out.
Angel wings spread over the light of the living fire.
We didn't even get into the Ark of the Covenant.
Mercy seat meeting place in between cherubim protector.
Housed in Ethiopia.
Scientists speculate about his contents when them lecture.
And not just the box alone.
Pentateuch state that within it is a once for and golden bowl of manna.
But its destiny and even manifestation. Haile Selassie the First. Yeah, obviously no one can deny the agency of Ethiopia, man. And don't feel no way black people to you know me, to love your agency. For lack of a better word, eh? Still looking for a better word. But for lack of a better word, don't be ashamed to romanticize over your agency. Himcat possession. You deserve it. Ain't nothing like Ethiopia. Nothing like its holiness and its customs and even its Christianity and its agency. Hold on to it, man. Give thanks. Aye, aye, aye.
Ancient Coptic Church and the elders, which is the eldest of all Christian church. Now the ancient Coptic Church today is headquartered in Egypt. And I'm going to show you something on the next slide that should help your mind understand. The ancient Coptic Church came about when Constantine called the Nicene Conference and called many of the brothers who was teaching this African spiritual wisdom together that was now under the Roman invasion and domination, to try to put together a document that would be common for the entire Roman Empire. And that document comes out to be what we call the Bible today. And according to the Pope before this Pope, 7 of the 10 men writing that document were Africans. And so the Coptic Church, a brother named Arius and his followers, break away from that discussion in Nicaea that Constantine is having, because they disagree with the notion that Jesus is the Son of God and born to the earth and God came down and walked as a man. They said that was ridiculous. They disagreed with that. Their concept was that all human beings have the potentiality of the divinity.
Well, definitely, family, give thanks once again for your presence. Yeah. Give thanks for the sound, and I must say, a wonderful program this evening. Something definitely to revisit again. We usually do that in the opera sing, after the Serengeti, so see if you can catch the train one more time. But again, still make sure you're subscribing. I don't want to sound like, like too harsh, but the day's gonna come, you ain't gonna be hearing no rerun of the Tiger's Nest, so make sure you subscribe. Make sure you get each and every episode. Never miss another episode again. And get it right there in your inbox. Family, what a wonderful sound we had this evening. You don't know. This is a good example to show you, if you know your Bible and you do not know your history, the knowledge of your Bible will definitely become a mystery. So yeah, you don't know, it takes some realize the real lies that are amongst us. And of course, family, no need to go anywhere. This is Radio Anu, the international flavor, the universal spice. More spice on the way, more ness on the way, more tigers on the way, more vibes on the way. Holy Manuel Selassie. Yeah. Rastafari. Blessed my family, do you have your copy of the true biblical land of Israel? No? Well, visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, and order your copy today. The True Biblical Land of Israel, originally a theological paper, proves to the reader that the land of Israel, according to the biblical geographic description, is Africa plus Arabia. Most definitely a must-read for all. And while you are at it, our other books, namely The Heavens Declare the Glory, Rastafari and the Cosmos, as well as Anu, Ancient and Modern Revisited, are definitely of interest to all. Each book goes for only $20, but when you order the 3 together, you get them for only $50. So visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us today, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Blessed reading. Give thanks.
Now, 8 o'clock, going to be going to the United Kingdom to speak with Shakur, freelance journalist, and he's going to be talking to us this morning about one of our own mothers on this Mother's Day, the first woman to be placed on the FBI's top 10 most wanted terrorist list. We're still trying to deal with that. We're still trying to come to terms with that latest move by the FBI against Assata Shakur. We still haven't even, among ourselves, haven't even strategized how, even as journalists, those who are in the public space, how we respond to or how we deal with this. The implications for us as journalists, especially those in commercial media, will be great and far-reaching. The ramifications will be even worse. In addition to that, for those who are organized in groups that are identified as freedom groups, African liberation groups, we celebrate African Liberation Day on the 25th of May. African Liberation Day itself might, the ramifications, we just say what we're thinking, and we're thinking out a lot of this aloud, even while we try to make sense of what has happened. And you'll get a better sense of this as we talk with Shakur. We're standing by to speak with him. We're joining him live from the United Kingdom. He's been blogging as a freelance journalist and a teacher. He's been blogging about, this latest move and what this means for the African liberation movement. My brother Shaka Hotep.
Hotep, Sister Angela, greetings and give thanks for having me on the show.
Thank you for coming on. And, I'm saying that as journalists, we're still trying to come to terms with what our response to this is going to be, and we know what our initial response is, and we know, that some of us have already taken to the airwaves, and you have been blogging about this in the social media. For those in the commercial media, it is even the ramifications. We can't even begin to think of what they are. But let us talk about this, my brother, because in your blog you talk about Assata being placed on a list that has names such as Osama bin Laden, or had at least. So the questions are coming in already. Who was Assata Shakur? Not a lot of people knew of her. We talk about her, at least play her recording here almost every Sunday morning, talking about freeing all political prisoners. Help us to understand who is Mama Assata Shakur.
Well, first of all, it's necessary to understand that Mama Assata is, you could say, a lifelong freedom fighter. She began organizing, in the liberation fight for African people in America in her teens as a student activist in universities and so on and so forth. She went on to join the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, which is arguably the most prominent African organization that emerged in the United States of America following the murder, the assassination of Omowale Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. And they were very much the vanguard for the Black Power movement in the United States of America. And also, she also went on to join the Black Liberation Army. And not only was she a member, she was a leading activist. She was a very prominent activist in the United States of America at that particular moment in time, and also became a victim of the attempt to crush the Black Power movement in America, and the American government went to great lengths to crush the Black Power movement in America. And so Mama Assata herself, as a leading member, became a victim of this. But some of the things that she was involved in directly, the Black Power Party used to run community surveillance programs, in terms of monitoring the police and fighting back against police brutality. The Black Panther Party, which is also a fact about the Black Panther Party that is not often promoted, is the fact that they used to have breakfast programs that used to feed poor African children before they went to school. They also had education programs. They were also trying to develop community health and welfare systems, so all these community self-reliant things that they were doing is for the benefit of the African people in America, and that was really what the American government didn't want, and Mama Assata was instrumental in organizing the institution. And
there is need, my brother, for us to also understand, as you're pointing out so well, that this was a party, the Black Panther Party. It was a political and a social vehicle, so that it was a party that also contested elections, and this is what has to be known, has to be told. And we're talking about Jim Crow America. We're talking about 1960s. In the United States of America, and some of the principal players along with Assata Shakur would include people like who? Who are some of the others? The names that would be immediately recognizable in the Black Panther Party.
Indeed, we're talking about people like Huey P. Newton. We're talking about people like Bobby Seale. We're talking about people like Angela Davis. We're talking about people like Kwame Ture, who you mentioned earlier on in the program. We're talking about people like Fred Hampton. These were leading members of the Black Power movement at that particular time, and so many others, there's so many others. And what was important that was going on at that time as well is that a lot of the different organizations were linking up and trying to, come under a unified body, have a united front in forwarding the African power agenda.
How did Assata, Mama Assata Shakur, she came to be known, and I'm saying this was in a derogatory way, but we accept this as a mother hen of the African Liberation Army. Tell us about that period.
Well, it I think she became known as that because of well, first of all, as I've already mentioned, she was a leading activist. So she was one of the more prominent figures around at the time. The way I understand the mother hen thing is that it has a positive and a negative connotation. The negative aspect of it is that you're supposed to be overzealous, over fussy, and a bit fanatical, basically, about what you're involved in. So that's why she got that particular name. But she joined a number of organizations and was leading members of all of them, and was organizing from very, very young. So much of the energy around that time revolved around her. And other leading members, and also they couldn't capture her. So whereas they were able to get to a number of other leading organizers, especially the males, capture them, kill them, or incarcerate them, they could never find anything on Assata Shakur that would stick. So they arrested her for bombing a police car. They couldn't charge her with anything. They tried to arrest. They accused her of planning a bank robbery and all kind of different things, and they just couldn't get to her. And so she became this unreachable, untouchable figure among the activists at that particular time.
And one of the things that you've mentioned, and I think we probably can expand on a bit in this conversation, you talk about the social work of the Black Panther Party. The Black Panther Party has been portrayed over time as this mad group of militants who don berets and black leather jackets and black jeans with weapons, with magazines strapped across their shoulders. But this is what Hollywood has done to a political organization, a social and political organization that did so much and within the black community. Let us talk a little bit more about that. Can you expand on that a bit?
Yes, definitely. I mean, well, if you check the Black Panthers 10-point program, the first thing that was on their agenda is that we want freedom. We want the right to control our own destiny and govern our own communities. Yeah, and so really that wasn't just about holding a gun and standing up against the police. They had to find ways of solving the problems of the African community, the black community, without being hindered by the state, by the American government, by the police department. They just wanted the right to live, and that's what was going on. So so they They affirmed as citizens of America within that context their Second Amendment right to bear arms. That was it. They felt that the African community was under attack. Now, this was not an offensive. You remember the party is called the Black Panther Party for self-defense, not offense. This is not an offensive position. They realized that the African community in America was under attack, and so adopted means by which to defend themselves, and that's what was going on. But again, the main programs of the Black Panther Party were about the African community taking responsibility for solving its own problems. So I've mentioned education, I've mentioned feeding the community, and I've mentioned also they had education programs as well. And these things are things that Mama Assata was instrumental in organizing and implementing.
Yes. The party itself grew out of a Southern civil rights movement that we've been talking about in the 1960s, along with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And I think it's important to know this, that it's an amalgamation of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the other civil rights movements of a time that came together and was not initially known as a Black Panther, but it's a logo that they used of the panther that it later became known as a Black Panther Party. But my brother, isn't it interesting that our sister Assata, who was very young at the time, became such a leader. Her personality to me is very, very interesting, because to be such a leader and a serious leader for African liberation against all odds, knowing what the dangers were, because around her, others were dying. Others were being lynched, strange fruits, others were dying. But she became a leader in this movement. Let us talk a little bit about how the program used by the FBI, which you have written a bit about, to quell the liberation movement in the 1960s in America. You talk about COINTELPRO. Can we talk about that?
Yes. Well, COINTELPRO is the abbreviated version of the long title, the Counterintelligence Program. And basically, this program was initiated by the American government using the FBI under the leadership of J. Edgar Hoover. Now, a little bit about J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover was who the American government used in order to frame Papa Garvey, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, for the mail fraud accusation. To get him deported from the United States of America. So this man has a very long history of trying to destroy African liberation movements. And basically the program, his directive to his FBI operatives following the assassination of Malcolm X, Omowale Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, was that we must stop the rise of a black messiah who can unify and electrify the masses of the black people. And so they basically said that they have to create, confusion, misdirection, and destruction among the movement in order to squash the movement. And so they instituted a number of means through which to do this. And one of them was to flood the black community with drugs and with guns.
My brother, Shaka, when our listeners, sorry to interrupt, but when our listeners hear this, the uninitiated, immediately you hear conspiracy theory go up. But this has been proven. This is not something that we're conspiring right here. That the FBI flooded the black community as a way of to undermine the efforts and to neutralize the black liberation movement in the United States. Flood the black communities with drugs, with hard drugs. This is proven. Definitely. Yes.
Definitely. When you take into consideration the assassination, if you would go as far as to kill somebody, you wouldn't think twice about flooding the community with guns and drugs. But it even goes beyond the bounds of America. There is evidence that suggests that the FBI and the CIA was involved in flooding Jamaica. with guns and drugs.
Of course, yes.
Using the political system, and also the African community in the UK.
Yes.
So these are things that they have gone around the world and done in the name of destroying the African liberation movement. So so in terms of the COINTELPRO, they arrested a number of leading members of the Black Liberation Movement under false pretense. They created discord among Black liberation organizations by sending paid agents into the movement, to spy, report back, set bugging, tracking devices, and also so a lot of the information they got was used in order. So, for example, Fred Hampton, who was a leading member of the Black Panther Party, was murdered in his own home while sleeping in his bed with his pregnant partner. Yeah, and the information that was used in order to orchestrate that particular attack was given to them by an agent that the FBI had sent into the Black Panther Party, who gave them the information about where Fred Hampton would be sleeping, how many guards would be on the door when they reached the house, and all these kind of things. So these people will go to great lengths to destroy African self-determination,
And as a matter of fact, for those who the questions might be raised, and you talk about J. Edgar Hoover, his name is well known in terms of how Marcus Garvey, Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey, was hounded. But as the FBI director at the time, in the 60s, I think 1968 and onwards, labeled the Black Panther Party at that time as the most serious threat to internal security. Now, can you imagine that? What has changed? So to be labeled the most serious threat to internal security, and to be a leader in an organization for the liberation, for the freedom of a race within the United States. Can you imagine then what kind of pressures might have been faced by the members of that party, which, to remind our listeners, was a political party, organizing the vote? Can we talk about that, Shaka? Because this is part of what Assata Shakur and the others were doing, organizing black people to vote, as we see a lot of black people did for Barack Obama just recently. It was no different.
Indeed. Right. Indeed. The difference being, though, that when they organized to vote, they were organizing not just to look at candidates, right, and pick one to vote for. They were trying to put their own candidates on the ballot. Of course. So the leadership therefore came from the organizational effort. This was not an individual on an individual endeavor that African people were being asked to get behind, who we didn't know, had no idea about. This is a person who was there to fulfill the agenda of the African community on behalf of the African community. And that is the difference. That's the difference between Barack Obama and a Black Panther Party.
Of course, yes. And I'm talking about the way black people rallied and organized the vote. People were saying, get the vote out. So to make the connection between then and now, because it seems that there is this chasm between the 1960s and now that bridge that needs to be gapped, that is part of the myth education of the African, that whole history has been, written out, and Hollywood and the media has taken over in terms of how we are represented to ourselves and what we have bought into. Since I spoke about Mama Assata last week, so many persons, educated and intelligent and intellectuals, have called to say, but she was a member of the Black Panther Party, wasn't she? You understand? So Black Panther now is like a bad word. Black Panther is a decent language. So it is important for us to understand what the Black Panther Party was and what it came out of. That it came out of a civil rights movement, and the student nonviolent coordinating committee led by Stokely Carmichael, who later became Kwame Ture. It's very, very interesting that we point that out. Let us talk now, though, about how Assata. Because here we have members being targeted. You talk about those who were killed and those imprisoned and so on. How was Assata herself? How did she end up in prison, tortured and so on? Tell us about that situation.
Yes, well, I've already spoken about the fact that they were hounding her, and they had her under surveillance for a number of years, and they were trying to pursue her, trying to frame her under some criminal activity or another. They couldn't find anything. And so in 1973, she was stopped along with two other brothers who were just driving, in New Jersey, and the result of this stop, they were stopped by the police basically for supposedly driving with a broken tail light, and an incident took place while they were being stopped, in which shots were fired, and one of the two police officers was killed, along with one of the brothers from the Black Liberation Army. And so basically they tried to frame Mama Assata and hold her responsible for having killed the police officer. They also actually tried to hold her responsible for having killed her own Black Liberation Army member as well at one point, but they dropped those charges. And what the police officer who was shot, Officer Forrester, was shot with his own gun. And so the story was that she reached into his belt, took out his gun and shot him while he was on the floor. But medical evidence revealed the fact that she had been shot herself twice in the back, whilst her hands were in the air, and that one of those shots broke a bone in her shoulder.
Broke her clavicle. And it was so bad that the doctors ruled that there's no way she could have held a gun, much less to reach for a gun. There was no. We heard last week in this space that there was no forensic evidence to support that she even fired a gun. But she was but she was tried for this, and we heard last week in this program. Of an officer who recanted that he saw her, because he said he saw it and he recanted. So from there she ended up in prison. Yes. In her own words, she says that it was a hellish experience in which she was beaten and she was tortured and moved from this cell to that cell in maximum security units. She was in a cell guarded by snipers in 2 towers, that were, that had their guns aimed at her particular cell. And oftentimes she was kept in all men's prisons. And they used to, organize to beat her in these prisons, and to the point whereby her legal team and her family, had to basically, raise hell to get her moved out of certain prisons and into better conditions. And some of them say that when she was finally moved, and they made a point of, improving her condition, she was actually near death. The condition that they had left her in, they had reduced her to, and this is what she was going through while she was in jail. And she was placed in an all-male prison. All-male prison.
Exactly.
It's a shock of it. I mean, the entire thing is shocking, but, when you think of that, I don't think most of us can even begin to imagine as a female what it means to have all male prison guards, but then at the same time, all male prison. She was in solitary confinement for 2 years.
Yes, exactly. And also became pregnant, and remained in that condition. And they beat her while she was pregnant. You know what I'm saying? So these people we're dealing with a very sick, and twisted set of individuals.
And now, my brother, Brother Shaka, we're hearing, so she's been placed now, and by the way, this happened on May 2, 1963, in the 60s. Anyway, we'll tell you 73. Yes. All right. So, and she, and now, so many years after, 40 years after, she's been placed on the top 10 wanted terrorist list. What I like about your blogging, and now, so many years after, 40 years after, she's been placed on the top 10 wanted terrorist list. What I like about your blogging and the research that you've done for your piece is that you've gone to look at the list for terrorists, the FBI list, and how terrorism is defined, and what others who have been on the list, what they have been charged with. Talk to us about that, and then compare that to Mama Assata's situation.
Well, I was looking at the list itself, and who was on it, and the people that are on it are charged with some serious offences, like plotting or to kill U.S. citizens with weapons of mass destruction, things like that. And I compared it to what they had Mama Assata on there for, and it was nothing comparable. They had her on there for act, and it literally says act, not acts, plural, singular, act of terrorism, flight. Yeah.
Unlawful. I have your blog in front of me, so let me just read what you've written. You say it is interesting to note that while the others on the list feature for allegations such as conspiracy to place a destructive device aboard an aircraft, attempting to destroy and damage by means of explosives, and conspiracy to use weapons of mass destruction against U.S. nationals, Mama Assata features for vague, undefined offenses such as act of terrorism, as well as unlawful flight to avoid confinement / murder. Unlawful flight to avoid confinement / murder.
Right.
Yes.
Right. You know, and so from there now I looked at the definition of terrorism. Now there's various definitions of terrorism in the world. You have the dictionary definition, then you have the UN trying to create a definition. But because it was the FBI who labeled her a terrorist, the FBI definition of terrorism is what is germane to this particular issue. So I went to the FBI definition, and the FBI definition says that they define terrorism as the unlawful use of force or violence against persons or property to intimidate or coerce a government, the civilian population, or any segment thereof in the furtherance of a political or social objective. So really now so I have to look at that now. I'm saying to myself, well, how does what they have charged Mama Assata with fit that definition? Because it doesn't. Because flight under no circumstance can be considered force or violence. If you're a runway, you're not trying to force anybody to do anything, and you're certainly not being violent against anybody. One could argue more often than not that if you are in flight, that you are fleeing somebody being violent or forceful towards you. And even murder in and of itself cannot be considered terrorism.
And we are at pains, as you were in your blog, to say that we know she did not commit this murder. The evidence proved otherwise. But then they say murder, and there are a lot of murderers in the U.S. prisons who are not labeled terrorists. So what is different here? Yes,
exactly. And this is the question that needs to be that needs to be answered. You know. And the only difference is that what they have accused Mama Assata with murder as a woman who has stood up for the liberation of African people, you know, and so they have tried to put this particular case in that context. But she didn't pursue the police. The police are pursuing her. She was stopped by the police, so she didn't pursue the police with any agenda, any vendetta, or anything like that. You know, and it's proven that she had her hands up in the air, which, you know, when you have your hands up in the air, we all know what that means.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. And one of the things that you have done in your article also, in terms of the research, is that you have connected this to taking it back to the COINTELPRO program instituted by the FBI, and to say that the objectives of COINTELPRO are still, in this case, at work. You talk about preventing the objective. Do you have the objectives there? You want to go through them for me, some of those that you have highlighted? Because one
No, so first of all, like I said, J. Edgar Hoover had outlined the prevention of the rise of a black messiah. So one of the things that he said was prevent the coalition of militant black nationalist groups. So that's not just the organization now, but prevent them from coming together. Under a united front. Prevent the rise of a black messiah who can unify and electrify the black nationalist movement, and that's looking at the leadership now. Those who are in leader positions.
Yes, and this is
Malcolm,
Mwalimu. Yes, this is where Mwalimu Marcus Garvey.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Exactly. And that because they called Papa Garvey a black messiah. Prevent black nationalist groups and leaders from gaining respectability. And by discrediting them to three separate segments of the community. They haven't defined that in what I was able to research, but that means basically to promote false propaganda about the leadership and the groups themselves. So you talked earlier about how Black Panther Party is now a bad one. That is because that is the result of COINTELPRO. You know, they promoted negative propaganda about the black liberation movement and the leadership revolution movement.
So obviously one segment of the community immediately identifiable as us. As we, our own community, you know, prevent black nationalist groups and leaders from gaining respectability by discrediting them to three separate segments of a community. Immediately, we become one segment, and it has worked.
Exactly. Yes. And the final one here which is in some ways particularly important, is a final goal should be to prevent the long-range growth of militant black organizations, especially among the youth. Specific tactics to prevent these groups from converting young people must be developed. And this is what is important about Mama Assata Shakur, because she was organizing from when she was very young.
Yes.
And I'm still in my 20s, yeah, and I take a lot of inspiration from that. And so really, they were specifically targeted, not just at those who were active at that particular moment in time, you know, although they were, because remember, the first person that the FBI killed, the police killed, as a black member, as a member of the Black Panther Party, was 16 years of age. Yeah, that's Bobby Hutton. Yeah, they killed a 16-year-old child who had joined the Black Panther Party, but they were concerned with killing the Black Power movement among the children of those who were organizing and were in their 20s and 30s at that particular moment in time. Yes. So we were not supposed to have another generation come up of activists, of freedom fighters. Yeah,
this is very important.
These activists. Exactly.
This is very important, Shaka. At this time, the final goal should be to prevent the long-range growth of militant black organizations, especially among youth. Specific tactics to prevent these groups from converting young people must be developed. We can say one of the tactics is to place Assata Shakur on the most wanted terrorist list, the top 10, the first woman to be there. And this morning I talked about that march on Selma that was reenacted the other day, that was mainly organized, as Angela Davis told us last week, by the grandchildren, the youth of the civil rights movement and the Black Liberation Army and the New Republic of Africa and so on. So this to me is it might be a knee jerk, it might be a response to, but obviously we see the objectives of COINTELPRO in play today as Mama Assata Shakur is placed on the terrorist list.
Very much so, and all over the African world. When we look at things like AFRICOM, which is the U.S. military high command that is scheduled for the African.
Hold that point, my brother. Let me take a quick break. We're speaking with Shaka Ra. He's in the UK. We're talking about the implications of Mama Assata Shakur being placed on the top 10 most wanted list, terrorist list in the United States on this Mother's Day. A quick break.
Informative. Change. The time is now and the place is here. Andrea Williams on IRE FM.
All right, we're back with you inside of the IRE FM forum. Just a few minutes before we get to the news and sports, we're speaking with Shaka Ra, who is a freelance journalist in the UK. He's been blogging, writing seriously about the implications of the placing of Mama Assata Shakur on the FBI's top 10 most wanted terrorist list. Shaka, thanks for staying with us.
Yes, sister. Greetings.
All right. Yes. In the interest of time, because we have just a few minutes left, I wanted to talk to you quickly now about what you see as the implications of this. I like the way you wrote in your article that you went back to look at persons like Jeruba bin Wahad, Geronimo G. Jaga, Mutulu Shakur, Afeni Shakur, and so on, Mumia Abu Jamal. And you say Mama Assata's case is, you pinpoint where the differences in Mama Assata's case. Let us look at that briefly.
Yes, well, the major difference is that she broke out of prison. She planned to break free, and she broke free, whereas many of we have a lot of political prisoners that still remain in prison in the United States of America. And so really she has conquered the system in a way that her example is not matched anywhere else. And that is dangerous, because she disregarded their authority and broke out of their system and didn't wait to be exonerated. She just broke free. And so it shows, it's an example to a lot of people in terms of how you deal with injustice when you know that you are being just, you know, so she's a unique example a fantastic example in that regard, you know.
What do you think the implications are for advocacy journalism? Because journalism for us has to be more than just reporting. We have to take a stance, even if we're sitting down. And that's not to say that we're throwing objectivity through the door, because objectivity is as objectivity does. It is a hallmark of what we do. But what does this mean for advocacy journalism, my brother, especially in commercial media?
Well, I think I listened to your bottom line about this a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
When you were discussing this, and I agree 100% with what you were saying. I think speak as a journalist, for me, speaking the truth is far more important than whatever they call objectivity. The problem is that objectivity is defined in a way that it maintains the institutions of power that oppress us. And that is a problem. I have no worth writing as a journalist if I cannot speak truth to power in a way that empowers the people. And so really what they have done now is made that type of journalism a terrorist act, incitement of terrorism, so to speak, because you cannot be for black power, because now they've defined black power as terrorist ideology. Yeah. And so if you're a black power journalist, or you're a journalist that is sympathetic to black power, you can be accused of inciting terrorism. And that is what they have done. And in terms of employment, you're out of employment in that respect. You know what I'm saying? And so really, and then even if you go as far as to develop your own media institutions, independently, your media institution is likely to be considered terrorist, or leaning or sympathetic towards terrorism, if it has too much of a pro-black African national, sentiment expressed through its medium, you know.
And the ramifications, and I've moved from implications now to ramifications, because the ramifications are going to be, we have not seen it, and I'm quite sure that we're going to be feeling it sooner or later. But exactly. And for activists for African liberation, I'm not quite sure if it was in your blog, because I've been reading so many of them, where I think it might have been you who talked about what does this mean for African Liberation Day celebrations? What does this mean for black liberation groups? Coalescing and coming together for continued African liberation. We hear Mama Assata, as you have said in your piece, has said, we are not yet free. And that is so, even as we see the African Union again genuflexing to the European Union by strengthening trade ties there. How do we speak out to this? How do we organize ourselves without being seen, that being seen as an act of terrorism?
Exactly. Well, put it this way. Put it this way. When you consider the fact that the U.S. government sends its armies to other people's countries with or without their permission in pursuit of terrorists, so that means that when REFM organizes a march in commemoration of Black Friday, like you did, a few weeks ago, and brings out that many people, that a march that can be considered terrorist activity, promoting a terrorist ideology. That's what it means. And so it gives the American government the right to meddle in the affairs of Jamaica, not just on a state level, but on a people level, on a social level, and send agents. And their army, and which they will do, because they have been proven to do it throughout history. That is the ramifications of it. And so it forces now, and we know, we understand how Jamaica has been made. The Jamaican government has turned Jamaican society into a satellite for America. So now they have to flex and dance and shuffle to the beat that America is playing. And so how the Jamaican government now begins to relate to its people. There's going to be ramifications there also, depending on how America itself views the activities of Africans in Jamaica. But you made a point earlier in terms of how Africans in the Caribbean relate to Africans in Africa. And this is a very, very important point, because we're seeing with the reparations movement that Africans are beginning to organize globally. And this is what they're scared of. This is what they're afraid of. When in the early 2000s, you had in Barbados, the conference of Africans and Africans descendants against the World Conference of African and African descendants against racism.
Yes.
Yeah, try and know the powers that be, so quote unquote, took key notice of the fact that Africans, thousands of Africans, traveled from all over the world to that conference. Yeah. And so they are very, very scared of what also the incursions that China is making into Africa, and how that affects their power in Africa, and also most importantly, African self-determination, because we have to understand that, as my father, Brother Lalibela, always says, whoever controls Africa rules the world. We're going to leave it there. Go ahead, my brother, final sentence. Yes, and African self-determination is the biggest threat to Euro-American power in today's world. My brother, you're a young man. You sound as if you're an ancient who have returned. You say you're just in your 20s, and I know our listeners are thinking that you're 55. But as a youth in your 20s, you've really set the thing out for us properly this morning, and we want to thank you for that, for doing it so well, and for writing. The pen is mightier than the sword. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. All right. Thank you for all your work. All right. Our brother Shakur, freelance journalist, young freelance journalist based in the UK, looking at the thing, analyzing it, pulling it apart and writing about it. Time on IRIA from 8:45. Natalie Campbell is standing by with the local and international.
Blessed love, I am the Honorable Priest Isaac. I am an official priest within the realms of Rastafari of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. I also hold a certification in the craft of archaeoastronomy from Politecnico di Milano in Italy. Our universe and its makeup has always been an intriguing subject for humankind. Astronomy is the study of everything in the universe beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Ancient astronomy is similar, but pays special attention to the physical and spiritual values of stars, planets, moons, and other celestial objects. It also brings in the terrestrial component, being things on an earthly plane, such as plants, human organs, and connects them to the heavenly bodies. In this course, you will learn the makeup of various planets and stars, how to locate them in the night sky, along with their associated constellations. You will also be taught about the earliest civilizations known for their astronomical comprehension, namely Kush, also known as ancient Ethiopia, Kemet, called Egypt today, the Dogons, and the Bozos, as well as the civilization of Sumer. You will also learn about black holes, their nature and origin, as well as how the ancients viewed them. Ancient astronomy is the mother of archaeoastronomy and astrotheology. Both subject areas are covered by the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Sign up today. Visit our website, priestisaacinstitute.com, or email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com for more information.
So, why? People will tell you many things, and through their books, on top of books, you will read as to why the economic reasons why they had to occupy it. Oh, no, the trouble, so much coup d'etats and too many killings of officials and too much trouble in the country. That's why the U.S. had to occupy Haiti. But here's what the U.S. did. When they came in the first time, they occupied Haiti. First, they changed all the worthwhile laws from the books. I'm sorry, that wasn't first. The very first thing was, Haiti was the only country at that time who did not have their money backed in the Americas, backed by the dollar. Our money was backed by gold. Our entire reserve, gold reserve, was taken away for safekeeping, we were told, and brought to Fort Knox. It has yet to return home. This was 1915. When somebody asks you, why is there so much poverty? When some white person says, oh, I want to go help the poor people in Haiti, so I'm going to bring a little bread and a little water for them. Ask them, why don't you just ask your government to give them back their gold? Right. Yes. So, we're looking at a country that has set a model for black countries. The only country who had a constitution which was in accord with what the purpose of the people. We cannot have black people enslaved or colonized, and then when we're free, we say, oh, our colonizers are our best friends. They teach us the laws we should have in the books. We're gonna take their books to have the schools. We're gonna take their doctors to come and build our hospitals. why the hell then why don't you just stay in slavery or stay in colonization? We have an example, Nigeria, very important country, 110 million people strong, powerful land, variety in climate. Nigeria has everything to win as a black country. When Nigeria was becoming, and the crackers really didn't want to give Nigeria up. They did not. Because Nigeria was too much wealth, too much of everything. And it had it in a very dynamic personality, the people of Nigeria. Well, when you read the Constitution of Nigeria, you can hardly tell this is a black nation. But furthermore, the accompanying agreements, Nigerians agreed to live in the hands of England. The educational system, the justice system, the finance system, and the resources. So here we are independent. Here's how it went in Nigeria. We're independent. Hooray! Independence! Wonderful. But England will determine what you do as far as education is concerned, will determine how money is spent and for what, will determine how resources are used, and will determine justice for the next 15 to 20 years. Is that independence? All right. So, IET, if you're looking for one country, one black country, coming out of slavery or colonization, that actually had what you call independence, you will not find two examples. Not even Ghana. Ghana is the closest. Ghana had pretty good documents in what they set up. Guinea tried. Paid very dearly for trying. Okay? So, tell me, here we are. I'm a slave master. You're my slaves. I spent 100 years beating up on you, your grandmama, your great-grandmama, making you work for nothing for me. Centuries after centuries. And then one day independence must come. I said, okay, fine, let's have independence. Let's sit down and talk about it. Here's how your independence gonna go, okay? Let me tell you. And now, independence is signed, we all happy, we shake hands. How sweet. All the land that I took from your family remains my land, of course. And now you out in the streets begging. You know what I'm gonna say? Look at this bum. What is wrong with him? These black folks can't do nothing for themselves. Here we am begging, always begging. And we are so stupid. We won't even say, yeah, I'm begging because you stole my land. I'm begging because you killed my mother. I'm begging because you slaughtered my grandmother. I'm begging because you raped my sisters. That's why I'm begging. We're going to say, no, white man, you got to help us. Yeah, we're really in bad shape. You know why you can't give him the sense? You went to school, I hear. Your mama sweat by the roadside, selling mangoes to send you to school, to send you to the best schools. Like my mother. My mother was living in a room, one room, saving every penny she made to send me to a school called Collège International Montpellier. After I finished secondary school, I had no idea. Hey, my mama said she's sending me to school. I went to school. But when I got to the school, you know what they taught in that school? They teach you how to drink whiskey, how to drink vodka, how to to ride horses, how to play card games. And see, this is a school, of course she didn't know. To her it was a great school because it was in France, and in France everything you learn is good for you. This is a school that children of barons and queens and whatever, who don't have any brains, who don't have anything to do, all they have to do is go and learn how to walk fancy, speak fancy, and drink up a storm without ever looking drunk. It's sad, but it's true. I spent a year, and there was no way I could explain to my mother, this here, where you sent me, I don't belong here. Anyway, to make a long story short, I went, did my year. At the end of the year, I have a diploma. Hey, I know how to drink vodka real good. I know how to dress up. I was forced to press my hair. I think it was 3 times a week I was supposed to press my hair, because I was never supposed to have a kink anywhere. I must not be myself, you know. My hair was always to be pulled in a silky, slinky little whatever it was. Okay, I did it all until the last day. When the notes were all posted, I washed my hair with a lot of pleasure. And I blow it all out, something like tonight. Probably it was much bigger, because it was longer then. And I put an African outfit. Without lying, one of my teachers went to the hospital with an infarctus. And the man kept saying on the hospital bed, it is impossible. She was my best teacher. I invested so much in her. She can't revert like this. They worked hard to turn me into a white woman. It just didn't take. I was bad earth, bad soil. But I'm only telling you this because many of you are going to school. If you're not, you have a child that you're sending to school. You have a niece, you have a cousin that's going to school. A book written by a colonizer, a racist pig. Do you think that this can help your child grow? Am I saying you should not go to school? No. What is the difference between medicine and poison? What's the difference between the poison and the medicine? A matter of degree. Thank you, brother. It's the same thing. There is no difference. Every medicine is poison. It will kill you if that's what the doctor tells you. Take 1 teaspoon every 5 hours or every 8 hours. If you decide, hey, this pain is too much, let me take 5 teaspoons, what will happen to you? All right? Yes, every medicine is poison. When you go to school, you have to think in terms, this is the poison you've got to have. But you have to measure how much of it, when you should take it, and sometimes maybe you just may have to say, hey, forget it. But that's a fact you need to know. Every time you sit in front of the television, somebody's working on you. Someone is working to change you from a black person who knows who they are and want to be themselves to something that wants to be anything other than what it is. When you take the New York Times to read, you think you're getting information? You are reading approved truth. Truth approved for general consumption. That's what you're getting. Has has nothing to do with truth. It has nothing to do with reality. We have right now the island of Montserrat, which is 1/3 covered by the ashes of a volcano. Is there a big boo-hoo in all the television programs, all the television stations, right? No. It's a bunch of black folks. Who cares? And funny thing is, this week we have Italy. A little earthquake shook and killed 4 people. There isn't one station who didn't give it. Not one. In Haiti, people dying every day. All kinds of reasons. All kinds of situations. But that's not the problem. When the big, gory, bloody stuff arrives, that's when it's interesting. In seconds, we have thousands of journalists from all over the world in the country. When it's big and bright, you know. But never they will touch the reality of what's happening. They'll give you their version, their interpretation, and they will give it to you in a way, in degrees, that will make you feel these Haitians a bunch of fools. These people always have a problem. And that's the same way they give us information about you. That's true. Most Haitians don't like black Americans. That's a fact. I'm not gonna lie about it. We don't like you because the only information we have about you is what your enemy and ours tell us about you. And you don't like Haitians either. Because you have the same information from the same source about us. When was the last time the New York Times told you anything about Toussaint Louverture? When did the New York Times talk about Jean-Jacques Dessalines? When did you ever hear about what is the mission of this country? They even have us clap to be occupied in 1994. Yes, I stood up against the coup in Haiti. Yes, I stood up for the return of the will of the people in Haiti. Because at the time, yes, Aristide won by 70% of the votes. He is the choice of the people, so he should go back. But when I'm told, okay, he's going back with military occupation, I said, no, that's too expensive. This price, not for me. Most of my comrades were against me. But that's not their fault. Lack of vision, lack of knowledge of our street, lack of understanding. What does military occupation mean in any country? I don't care where. That is not the problem. Military occupation means prostitution will rise up out of the street into the best families, number one. Because General so-and-so and Colonel so-and-so from the U.S. Army is not going to go in the street and pay $2. No. And he's got to have a prostitute. He's going to go in your home, my home, take my sister. Number two, the cost of living must rise at least 15%. That's a fact, whether you want it or not. Any place where there have been occupation, those are the two first results of any occupation. So before, 5 gourds for $1. Today, 17, 18, 19, 20 gourds for $1. You know how many people cannot eat in this country? 70% of the population is not working. The World Bank says, oh, to make things better, we have a good plan for you. Things are gonna get real good, real fast. First, the public workers must be reduced by half. A study proved that Every working Haitian feeds at least 7 people. And we only 30% of the population, the working population, is working. Now when you're going to reduce it to 15% of the population, how many people are we each going to feed? And then what happens to the ones who don't have somebody working to feed them? In 1946, Haiti imported nothing of what it needed to survive on a day-to-day basis. In 1960, Haiti did not import its food. Since 1970, there is progress, I think they call it. We start importing things. And today, 1997, Haiti imports even lemon, even plantain, even corn. And don't forget, we are buying it with 20 goods for $1. But remember, Haiti is nothing but an example. It's nothing. Whatever we say about Haiti, we could say it about Zaire, we could say it about Nigeria, we could say it about Togo, we could say it about Ghana, we could say it about Guinea, we could say it all over wherever our people are. And that's why we must make it our business. If we say we're serious about growing, if we say we're serious about going to war, you have to know what's happening in every part of your world. Don't sit here, I'm a black American, I'm living in Newark, New Jersey. Well, New York, I have no problem in Newark, New Jersey, we're okay. We have a nice mayor. No, we've got to become involved. Because whatever they're doing to us in Haiti, whatever they did in Zaire, in Lomé, in Ghana, it's coming to you, brother. It's coming your way, if it's not already there. Whatever they do to you, they're coming with us, to us with it. Whatever they do to us, they're coming to you with it. In 1960, Haitians did not know what drug was. 1970, if you say marijuana to somebody in Haiti, what you talking about? Cocaine? Today we have a large drug population since the occupation. Yes. Another wonderful thing that the United States of America does, it's cleaning out its jail populations, we're told. So for the past 3 years, every American Airlines that land in Port-au-Prince has 4 or 5 handcuffed men in the back. These are supposedly Haitians. Nobody checked their papers, nobody really knows. But what is certain, they are hardcore criminals. The U.S. has a program. If you've been in jail 10 years, or you've gone to jail so many times, the next time they arrest you for hardcore crimes, instead of giving you life imprisonment, they can take you back to your country, supposedly. And this without saying anything to the government. You get to the airport, they take off the handcuffs, and you're in the streets. The American Airlines land every day in Haiti at least 3 times a day. And every day it brings a load. And then they say, oh, there is insecurity in the country. We wonder how come. Until 1985, I lived home in a house where I did not have the key to the front door. Even when I went on vacation, I didn't lock the door. I just pulled it. Today, I wouldn't dare. But to solve all of this, first element, we must know what's happening. Because if you don't know, you cannot resolve a problem that you have not identified. Number two, you must get yourself together. Don't look at Zaid and say, well, here's what's wrong with Zaid. Forget it. Baina has to look at Baina. Look at what's wrong with Baina and decide how to cure and clean Baina. Zaid has to take a good look at Zaid, clean up Zaid, and cure Zaid. And when Baina is clean, Zaid is clean, Baina and Zaid can have a program together. All humans, Africans maybe more than others, know that we do not live by flesh alone. Yeah, I hear there are people who say they are atheists. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in spirits. Atheist, thank you. They don't believe in spirits. They don't believe in any force other than men. Possible. But what I know is all Africans, all, from every corner of the continent, all of the people with high melanin content, they all believe in what we don't see, in non-matter existence. So, I cannot speak and not come to the spirituality of things. In Haiti, a discipline was established, a set of belief, a belief system was established, created from Ifa, from the motherland. Our expression of the divine, of the unseen, is called Vodun. Vodun is how we view the universe, how we view the interaction between matter and non-matter. Nothing is free from non-matter, from spirit. In Vodun, each person have their spirit. As a group, we have a spirit, all of us together. As a nation, we have a spirit. The tree has a spirit. The cat has a spirit. And Vodun teaches that if I really want to understand what's going on around me, what's going on in the world where I'm at, I must understand the spirit of things. I cannot just know matter of things. And Vodun gave us a multitude of principles for understanding. As I told you, everything has a... If the black man, there's a spirit of the black man. There's the spirit of the African man. There's the spirit of the white man. Whether he knows it or not, he's got one. Now, when the first black woman was raped by the first white man, and they brought into this world somebody called a mulatto, do you think this person has another spirit? Of course. With every new matter that comes to be, a new spirit comes to be. The television is a machine. The camera is a machine. But the camera has a spirit. And the best cameraman is the one who understands the mechanical workings of this machine and the spirit of this machine. So if we really want to get to work, we not only need to know ourselves, the truth about ourselves in the flesh, we need to know the truth about our own spirit. So we can tell, in fact, if you don't get into your spirit, how will you be able to kill this white man that's hiding in front of you without killing yourself? He and you mingled in like this. If you're gonna go get him, there's a large chance that you will kill yourself when you shoot at him. unless you know your spirit. And our people in Haiti have devised a system that allows us to understand the spirit of humans. And this understanding of spirits of humans, if we all knew it and applied it, it will make interaction between us so much easier. My brother Zaid over there, from having observed him a number of years, I know he's an Ogu. There's no doubt about it. My brother Inuni over here is a Legba. Now, if there is a position or there is something going on in this group, we all in a group, if Zaid knows who he is and Inuni knows who he is, they will never contest the same position. By knowing what their vital force, life force is, they know that certain things, they don't need to be there. They know that there is a time for them. They just have to let everybody be who they are and accomplish their mission. I'm going to try to make it a little clearer for you. Everybody here is familiar with Toussaint Louverture? Okay. Toussaint Louverture is a black man who largely contributed to the independence of Haiti, but he did not see independence. Freed himself as a slave. He was a slave for a time, and he was named by the white man François Dominique Breda. François means a thing belonging or having quality of French. Okay, a French thing, French possession, French quality. Dominique means somebody born on a Sunday. Breda is the name of the plantation where he was born. Every slave on that plantation signed Breda. Okay, so his name, François Dominique Breda. As this man started to implicate himself in the struggle for revolution, he got rid of the François. The Dominique fell off almost by itself. And people started calling him, as his godfather used to call him secretly, Toussaint. He was called Toussaint because his godfather, who's a man who came to Haiti as an adult, an African, and as an African, Africans like to name people according to the day you were born. And he's born on November 1st, which is the day of All Saints. So Toussaint means All Saints, okay? So his godfather secretly always called him that. Later, when he started to affirm himself as a revolutionary, he said to people, hey, don't call me this François business. Hey, call me like my godfather calls me, Toussaint. Fine. As he became military implicated, and people start noticing that whenever they are trapped somewhere, and Toussaint is there, he always finds a way to open the way and get out of the trap. So then people start calling him l'ouverture, which means the opener, the one who opens the way. So Toussaint l'ouverture. This man paved the road to independence. But before independence, he was captured by the French, taken to France, locked up in a jail, opened up a hole in the ceiling for snow to come in and eat him away. He died of gangrene. After Toussaint, Jean-Jacques Dessalines took the lead of the movement. And Dessalines took things all the way to the Declaration of Independence, January 1st, 1804. But when you study these two people, when you study them spiritually, Toussaint, not only by his name, both his names, is a Legba. What is a Legba? Legba is the spirit, the opening, the initiator of all things. He opens the way for people. He allows somebody to get to where they ought to be. If you take the Bible, Moses is a Legba. He opens the way for people to get somewhere, but Legba never gets there. Legba must not be attached. Legba is the door. He creates the opening for you. You go in, he stays there to create another opening for somebody else. He doesn't go. Toussaint did not see independence. Toussaint was followed, as I said, by Jean-Jacques Dessalines, who is an Ogun. Ogun is the spirit of the one who eliminates obstacles after an objective is set. Be careful. An Ogun is a very wicked thing if there is no objective. You have to have your objective set, and then the role of Ogun is clear, and Ogun will give you a fine job. It will get you to the objective. So, depending on what circumstances we're in and what our objective is, Zaid and Inuni cannot want the same position. Two very different nature, two very different spirit. But when Zaid don't know who he is, and Inuni does not know who he is, what happens? It's easy for them to fight for the same position because they do not know who they are. They are not in touch with their true self, the vital force that makes them be. And that's why it's important for us to get into the spirituality, our own. Vodou is not, you see, in Africa, I hate to talk about religion. Be careful. Religion is a business in which they sell gods. And this business works very well for whoever sets up the shop. Okay? Now, when we're talking about Vodou, we're not talking about a religion. We're talking about understanding your profound nature so you can be and live as who you are. Nobody can come and tell you, well, hey, you want something? I'm going to see that, well, give me $5,000 and I'm going to call God up there and, tell him. No. And this is something that sometimes I found so sad, that we have a lot of people who claim to be Hungan and practicing Vodou, and they're doing the same business as the Catholics, and, they're trying to turn it into a religion. In fact, something horrible is happening at home right now. A lot of Hungan today are starting to dress in the robes, the big white robe or black robe the priests used to wear, that they're not wearing anymore. Now the Hungans at home are wearing them with a big cross on their stomach. They're giving up the asson, a thing they used to shake. They're now taking the cloche, the bell. Ding, 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 ding. If you go certain ceremonies today, you go to them and you think you're in church. Anyway, today a lot of them start with, "Our Father who art in heaven." Yes. And that is sad. That is out of nature, out of themselves. Spirituality, nobody can teach it to you. You need to get the fundamentals of any books, any spiritual system. You can get the fundamentals and then look at inside of you and then determine how you are going to use the fundamental principles to improve your life. But nobody can tell you, you must pray every Friday, you must do this every Saturday, you must do that every Sunday. No, because what is good for you is not necessarily what I need. You may need to go into yourself and meditate 100 times a day. And even the same person will not need it the same way all the time. You in certain circumstances, you need to be meditating and finding all your forces, gathering all your forces continuously certain days. And then other days you may not even think about it. It doesn't mean you don't pray. Because everything you say, if you're living your own life, if you are who you are, and you know who you are, and you live working towards realizing your mission in life, Every sound of it out of your mouth is a prayer. Every gesture you make is a prayer. Every dance you dance is a prayer. And when you make love with somebody, you are praying. If you know who you are, and this person knows who they are. That's right. That's right. There isn't anything that you do that is not a prayer. When you know who you are. When we're looking at life, taking life as if we were, I don't know, leaves being blown in the wind. You don't put any objective. You don't set no objectives. You just sit there and complain. Here's something else we're very good at. We can complain for days. And when you say to somebody, what's the solution? Okay, let's try some. Nothing's gonna work. But you know, they keep doing this. They're doing this to us. No, don't complain. I don't believe in complaining. Look at the truth for what it is. Face up to it. Oshun teaches us. Love, you know what love is? Are you sitting well? Because I know you all been looking at all this television and this movie and reading all these fine romance novels. Love is knowing your weaknesses, your strength. The weaknesses and strength of your partners, the weaknesses and strength of your enemies. That is love according to Oshun. That is equilibrium. If somebody tells you, oh, I love this brother, look at his little nose. This person don't love you. Person loves your nose, man. You better run. Oh, I love this sister. Her butt is so cute. Man is a butt man. Don't waste your time with him. When there is love, there can never be love when there is no knowledge. Ignorant can't love nothing, not even themselves. Knowledge is the first step to love. I know this brother. I know what he can do. I know his spirit. I love the brother. Yes. And because I love him, and he knows me, he loves me, we can make a plan together. I don't have to become your wife. You love me, I love you. There's something we can do together. Maybe it's going to be something in the revolution. Maybe it's going to be something in business. And maybe it's going to be put our two lives together. But that's not the where we're going to do the loving. It doesn't really matter. I love you, you love me. We're going to do something that's going to benefit the whole. That's when I love you. But if I love your nose and you love my butt and her little feet and her little something, please. This is not going to take anybody anywhere. In Verdun, we are taught good is what benefits the collective. The individual exists to contribute to the collective. So when I'm going out, I want to get all the money I can get to get me 2 cars, 5 houses, and jewelry and galore and all of this. And you tell me, I love my people. And I'm going to say, I love my people. My people are starving to death. Any one of my earrings could feed a child for a couple of years. I'm sorry, that's not true. I do not have a good knowledge of who I am. Because if I have a good knowledge of who I am, I will know that this hungry child is me. So this hungry child cannot stay that way when I'm with 10,000 jewelry all over the place. No, I cannot do it. Before I came, I had prepared a text, the text I delivered yesterday. This text, I prepared it, and since I went back home, I have made it a policy that whenever I'm coming out here or out of the country to talk, my text must be approved by peasants in my country. So after preparing my text, I translate it in our own language, and I go to different places in the country, and I deliver it to groups of people who don't know how to read and write. And I have been shocked at the corrections they have brought to my text. One such correction is a definition of the word success. I had wonderful, I don't know what it is, but I had beautiful words to say what success is. And a peasant, about 72 years old, said, success, that's not that. I said, what do you mean? I mean, I went to school. I should know. I read in big dictionaries. He said, that's not success, sister. What you're describing here is applaud for a particular achievement. That is not success. Success is being who you are in such a complete and stable way that you become the foundation upon which the next generation will feel secure.
Yes, sir.
Success is not what you do. Success is who you are. If you live your life as who you are and who you ought to be, nobody needs to know you. Don't matter you don't go on CNN. It doesn't matter if WBI don't know you exist. You are a very successful person. Another brother asked me, do you have any children? I said, yes. How many? 4. And 2 grands. Where are they? I said, where they were. He asked me a number of questions. Did they go to school? What did they do? Blah, 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 blah. This is okay. How many, any of them got arrested? Any of them doing drugs? Any of them smoking? No. Well, you're a successful woman. Because the ones who came after you, their lives are good. That's what your success is. It makes no difference to me how many cars you got, how many houses you got. That is not success. So we need to look inside and establish for ourselves. Don't take other people's standards. White men say, small nose are in, and we all go around walking like this and feeling guilty because our nose breathes real good. You have no problem breathing. That's great.
Don't be greedy. Don't be evilous. You better be righteous. You're envious and bad-minded people. They don't want to see me going forward, but only backward. No, envious and deceitful people. They don't want to see me stepping forward, but only backward. You have to try to get up line if you want to hold your head up high. It might be rough, it might be tough. I don't believe in giving up. Is a hard road to travel, a mighty long way to go. Tell me when you're gonna run to. When the trumpet blow, you don't have no love. Your heart is full of grudge. You always want to be above, so you get involved working iniquity just to achieve vanity. But by the sweat of your brow, we all shall eat bread. That's what my father said. Look how hard I have to work to build a roof over my head. Yes, envious and bad-minded people. They don't want to see me going forward, but only backward. No, no, no.
want to see me going forward, but only backward. No, no, no. Envious and covetous people, they don't want to see me stepping forward, but only backward. Hey, I know there is a place of love and happiness. Oh yes, a wonderful place I would like to be. No sadness, but only gladness. Oh yes, we shall all live in love and unity. So go away, stay away, envious and bad-minded people. Envious. Yeah, yeah. You have to try to get up life if you want to hold your head up high. It might be rough, it might be tough. I don't believe in giving up. It's a hard road to travel and a mighty long way to go. Tell me where you gonna run to when the trumpet blows. Iniquity workers, backbiters.
Hello fam, welcome to the African Diaspora News Channel. I am Wangil Zalalam, bringing you this report. When we usually talk about our African leaders, it's not always in a good light, mostly in a bad light, and rightfully so. But there are a few instances they made us speechless, as well as the Western powers. It's nice for a change to see other nations just be quiet and be in shock that an African leader said that to you. I want you to watch these top 5 instances African leaders made the rest of the world speechless.
And now you get some people still saying, because we are white and you're black, we can't give you the honor of equality in the Security Council. Nonsense. That should stop. Mr. Bakimoon, just tell them for the last time, just as a message that you have heard for the last time from here, that there should be real equality in the Security Council. We can't just be coming to the General Assembly to make empty, hollow speeches and go back home. Nobody takes care of all the concerns we express. No. And anyway, the headquarters is actually of the United Nations is misplaced. Where do you have most of the people? You have 1.2 million billion, 1.2 million people in India, 1.3 in China, and Africa, we are getting to nearly 1 billion also. Now put us together, just these 3, and then put those with the white faces and pink noses. Put them together as against us. How many are they, even man to a man? And do we allow that group should continue to harass us, even in our independent countries? Regime change, Mugabe should not be there, we want someone else. The creator was telling me the other day that he had been told that, oh no, your party, Chama Mapinduzi, had been in power for too long. You must now allow another party also to take over. Is that democracy? And that was coming from Europe. tell them to shut their mouths.
Our perspective has not to be what the French taxpayer decides to do with whatever surpluses that they have in France. They're welcome. They're appreciated. Whatever interventions that the French taxpayer through their governments make to us are appreciated. We're not going to lick a gift horse in the mouth. But this continent, with all that has happened, is still today the repository of at least 30% of the most important minerals of the world. It is a continent of vast, arable and fertile lands. It has the youngest population of any of the continents in the world. So it has the energy and the dynamism. We have seen it. These young men who are showing so much resilience and ingenuity in crossing the Sahara, finding ways to go across with rickety boats across the Mediterranean to really, those energies, we want to have those energies working inside our countries. And we're going to have those energies working in our countries if we begin to build systems that tell the young people of our country that their hopes, their opportunity are right here with us. Migration and the movement of people is being presented in a manner which suggests that somehow it's a new phenomenon. There's nothing new about it. It's as old as man, the movement of people. And it has always been linked to the same thing. The failure of where you are to provide you with an opportunity, so you move somewhere else. Those of you who are familiar with 19th century European history would know that the biggest wave of immigration in 19th century Europe, the latter part of it, came from Ireland and from Italy. Waves upon waves, generations of Italians and the Irish people left their countries to seek the American paradise, largely because Ireland was not working, Italy was not working. Today, you don't hear it. Italian young people are in Italy. Irish young people are in Ireland. We want young Africans to stay in Africa. And how are they? And it means that we have to get away from this mindset of dependence. This mindset about what can France do for us. France will do whatever it needs to do for its own sake. And when those coincide with ours, tant mieux, as the French people say. But our main responsibility as leaders, as citizens, is what we need to do to grow our own countries.
My brothers and sisters and my children, let's not drop that ball. Let's come together and speak with one voice. Let's join our leaders in speaking with one voice. Let's let them know that the African diaspora are saying once and for all, enough is enough. No more shall we continue to be exploited. That's right. France can no longer take 500 billion out of Africa. No. Year in and year out. No more. By the time they finish investing that money, I calculated it, you are looking at over $40 trillion in any given year. Yes. And we just sit and watch it happen. I often say France is not stealing from us in broad daylight. You see, when you steal from somebody, you are respecting them. You are saying, I know if you catch me, you'll beat me up. So you do it when they're not at home. So you pickpocket when somebody is not looking. What France is doing is not even robbery. It's downright bullying. They're just saying, give me your money. Yes. Just give me your money. Yes. And if you don't give me your money, I'm going to kill you. Yes. It's just that simple. And then if you want just a little bit of some of your own money, you got to submit an application. Yes. And if approved, you get it as a loan. Yes. So you go from France having trillions of your own money, now you begin to owe them for borrowing your own money. I don't know about you young people. Now, if there's one thing that makes me sick, it is that. So I'm telling you right now, what's on the agenda, today is my last day, hallelujah. Beginning tomorrow, I'm going to begin to talk to the people who brought all these 80,000 signatures to say we must have a petition that says, France, get out of that pact for the continuation of colonization. France, we can no longer continue to just bully the Africans into giving you our money.
It's for the individual to decide whether he hates somebody or not.
Apartheid did not teach white people to hate black people. Is that what you are saying?
There was a doctrine, but it's not necessarily that everyone accepts the doctrine.
Did apartheid teach white people to hate black people?
I've given my answer.
But I'm asking a question. Did apartheid teach? It doesn't matter whether individuals decide to choose to accept the teachings or not. Did apartheid teach white people to hate black people?
No.
Apartheid didn't teach
because
them.
There were many people that I knew as a child that did not hate people from the other color.
Apartheid taught white people to love black people. Is that what you are saying to me? That's why it was so nice, apartheid. That's why you joined the army.
Oh, that's not what I said.
The tragic situation of 1994 isn't considered even a violation of human rights. It has now gone into the background. Those who are responsible for it, those who are associated with it, are now talking about something else. According to them, the situation in Rwanda is that of human rights violation, even more than that tragic situation. I think that's what we are talking about. So,
well, just for example, there was an Amnesty International wrote a report in the lead up to the 2017 election that talks about opposition politicians, journalists, human rights defenders being jailed, physically attacked, even killed.
I think you're interested in
forced into exile or silence. I'm just interested in your idea of that assessment of your country.
Raising your views to the audience so that you influence them by what
well, the
you're
European
asking.
Union sees itself very much as an exporter of human rights and a defender of human rights.
So why can't you let me answer this?
I'm very interested in your answer.
Otherwise, you are going to ask and then answer yourself.
I'm very interested in your answer. I'm giving you some context on why I'm asking.
You're asking and giving answer at the same time. So
please tell me, what do you make of this assessment?
I think it's just ridiculous because there is nothing like human rights minus these things we are talking about. What we are talking about in terms of development. These are human rights. Development, schools, education, health, and food security. And, you know, when you see now the level of poverty has decreased almost by 60%. So these people, these human beings with improved lives, and participating in that themselves to improve their own lives, gets lost in the whole list you've been spelling out as if, you know, what is in Rwanda is really hell. In fact, forgetting the hell that we have gone through, that we stood against and sorted out when you were there just talking about more or less nonsense. Because
do you reject the accusations, for example, from Amnesty International?
Absolute rubbish.
You reject
Rwanda is completely different from what it was 25 years ago. In fact, maybe you need to be looking around in Europe. You are violating people's rights. When we have this problem of people being bundled and sent back to sink in the Mediterranean and so on, and so many people being mistreated in your own countries, why don't you talk about your human rights and stop just offloading everything?
Well, this is a development conversation, so
no,
in the context of development.
You are not the one to determine what conversation or what points to raise in any conversation. You are asking questions, this is what I'm saying. You are asking questions and you are giving yourself answers. You really need to stop this superiority complex nonsense about human rights. You think you are the only ones who respect human rights, or others it's about violating human rights. No, we've fought for human rights and freedoms of our people much better and more than anyone, including you people who keep talking about this nonsense. Where we have taken our country from and where it is now speaks for itself. The rest of the stories just comes from this complex. You know, these two worlds where there are people who know everything about human rights and all kinds of things, and another world where people are just people who don't know. But these are our human rights. It's not, when we respect the things we respect in our countries, it's not for you, it's not for anybody else, it's for ourselves.
Is it not
so
universal?
You don't sit
right.
there. Yes, it is universal, but you don't sit there. If it is universal and you believe it, then you don't become the judge yourself. You don't start telling the others what to do, what they should not to do, or that what they are doing is not to your satisfaction. Who are you?
Well, I'm not sure if we're talking about me personally.
Well, you are the one actually raising these questions. So I think you better interpret it properly so that it is well understood.
Okay.
I could see you are asking questions in a manner that you want to influence the ones listening to us, but that's not correct.
Okay. Yeah. I'm raising it once again in the context of the United Nations Development Goals.
No, United Nations is us. You see, United Nations is not something alien somewhere else. Yeah. It's actually us. We participate.
And the framework for this entire development.
And by the way, I had been leading the Millennium Development Goals before Sustainable Development Goals. I was the co-chair of that, with other leaders and some of the leaders in Europe. So you don't turn around, it's like you want...
So you believe that there should be scrutiny on human rights in Europe, in Africa,
No, I believe that you shouldn't be there belittling Africans or leaders of Africa who are trying to...
Oh no, but the conversation about migration is a real conversation about human rights. So you believe that there are valid human rights concerns to be taken into account in this conversation?
Even in Europe, not in Africa.
Not in Africa.
In Europe.
Welcome back. I hope you felt inspired. I hope you felt That is inspiring to watch, and it's not always yes sir, yes master. It's sometimes I will put you in your place. If you're not being truthful, it's not happening. As you saw, they articulated themselves very well. They didn't have to snap and, throw in curse words or snap their necks to make a point. They did it very well. They represented us very well. And these are the things sometimes we don't hear enough. And when we do hear it, we need to appreciate it and tell them, well done, and we will follow. So this teaches the younger generation to respect ourselves, and when we respect ourselves, the other party respects us as well. I thought they stood their ground and they were speaking facts. What do you guys think? Which one was your favorite read? Let us know down below in the comment section. I am Wangel Zalalam bringing you this report. I will see you on the next one. Bye.
Patterson, born and raised, grow in Old Harbor, which is the original name of the community. But I call myself Milongo, African. My ancestors came here in the end of the 18th century. We have more or less 114 years living in Old Harbor. We live just across the street from that time till today. So I am one of the oldest family in town. We used to do farming, plant basically chocolate and grown food like cassava, like cacao, lumber trees, corn, beans, name it. In 1981, I begin a little window, which begins right over here. I have a sign there says, first never follows. I am not the first one, but I am the oldest restaurant open in town today. We have 38 years running from a little window to this, some rooms, some rentals. I had a hardware store. I had a surf shop. My mom was the first person to rent bikes in town. So we are like, maybe call it the leaders in town. My dad used to buy chocolate. Normally we still farmers and still work in the restaurant. In the morning I go to do farming, and in the afternoon I stay in my restaurant. And I still do social works. I help the communities in social associations, and in the pandemic we raised funds with my sister that lives in Switzerland, and we help people that get in trouble of finding what to eat. So we raise like 200 and dash bags of food, and when I have enough goods in my farm, I give it to the people. I bring them over here, like bananas, platanos, and whatsoever. I leave it and I give it to people. So they pass by and they see it, they take it. I'm a former congressman. I served Congress in 2002, 2006. In fact, I was belonging to the party that is in power now. And I quit 4 years after, and I decided to enjoy my life. Go and swim every morning in the ocean, keep helping people, and keep farming, and keep my restaurant. Maybe because I learned to cook from I was young, one, and secondly,